never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. He didn't come out swinging, but Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has officially entered the race for the White House with an announcement on Twitter Wednesday.
I think what was done with Twitter is really significant for the future of our country.
DeSantis explained his message for Americans.
I pledge to be an energetic executive that will take on the important issues. Biden's pursued inflationary policies that are hurting working people. We will reverse those policies, and we'll build an economy where working Americans can achieve a good standard of living.
At present, the Florida governor trails former President Donald Trump in almost all national polls. However, he performs well in specific swing state polls. On the issue of the debt ceiling, Democrats' minority leader in the House isn't mincing words.
House Republicans are determined to crash the economy because they believe it will benefit them politically.
That's what House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told reporters Wednesday as both sides in the debt ceiling standoff remain at odds. Wall Street showed losses Wednesday. The Dow lost 255 points. The president and First Lady are remembering the victims of the Uvalde shooting.
President Biden marked the one-year anniversary of the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, saying the time for Congress to act is now.
We can't end this epidemic until Congress pass some common sense gun safety laws that keep weapons of war off our streets and out of the hands of dangerous people.
Speaking from the White House, Biden said too many schools have become killing fields across America. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in Uvalde. I'm John Schaefer.
The music world's paying tribute to Tina Turner. Spokesperson for the music icon said she died Wednesday peacefully at the age of 83 after a long illness. This is USA News.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get Back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text PRIDE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text PRIDE to 321321. That's PRIDE to 321321.
The Twitter launch of Ron DeSantis' 2024 presidential bid was hit by early tech issues. The sound repeatedly dropped out during the first 25 minutes of the live stream. The tech issues were eventually corrected, and his conversation with Twitter CEO Elon Musk eventually began. The Twitter Spaces at one point had over 700,000 listeners. President Biden likely didn't pass up the opportunity to poke fun at that mishap. In a tweet Wednesday after the event, Biden captioned a post linking to a donation page for his campaign saying, "This link works." Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema criticizing President Biden for what she calls his lack of preparedness on the southern border.
We, as Congress, must take action to change the asylum system in our country to stop it from exploitation by international criminal cartels.
The Democrat turned independent says the administration was not prepared for the end of Title 42, and Congress must take action to change the asylum system. The site of the mall shooting in Texas earlier this month will reopen next week. Allen Premium Outlets has announced it will begin serving customers again on May 31st. The reopening will come more than 3 weeks after a gunman killed 8 people and injured 7 others there. While the mall will be open to the public, officials said each store can decide when they want to resume operations. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, with the click of a mouse, here we go. Thanks so much. Welcome aboard as we close out a hump day. One day closer to the unofficial start to summertime. Are you ready? That'll be the Memorial Day weekend coming our way. All right, so we got a full 5 hours coming your way. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. On a clear night outside our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio, 62 degrees. It feels kind of cool, though. The humidity is non-existent. You got a big dip in the jet stream, bringing some cooler air from the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, and eventually on over into the Northeast as we head toward the weekend here. So dry conditions, matter of fact, the entire eastern half of the country. Only place you're going to find any rain from basically western Kansas and the Oklahoma, Texas Panhandle region is all the way up into Maine. All's quiet throughout the eastern USA. So again, sporadic showers, a few thunderstorms out west. Have a pretty decent line of showers and thunderstorms pushing through eastern Montana tonight. The other area of concern, pretty much the same zone we have seen repeated rounds of showers and storms for several days now, is eastern Colorado, western Kansas, and again right down into that Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. At this hour, severe thunderstorms right there along the Texas-New Mexico line. Several counties on either side of the border there under severe thunderstorms. Meanwhile, in the east, you got to get off the eastern seaboard, off the coast of Florida, the Carolinas. As they continue to watch that area of disturbed weather, will it begin to get some circulation, maybe becoming a tropical system? All right, so as we are, again, one day closer to the holiday weekend, as millions will be hitting the highways, and many of those folks will be heading toward the beaches along the East Coast, from the Carolinas to Florida. Whether this eventually organizes into a tropical system, nonetheless, irregardless, stormy conditions will be bringing some drenching rain, severe thunderstorms, and dangerous surf conditions through much of the Memorial Day weekend. Stormy weather has already begun targeting the southeast. Drier weather briefly returns ahead of the development of this coastal storm. A broad area of low pressure was beginning to form just to the northeast of Florida this past morning. That low pressure is going to lay the foundation for tropical development. It would have a way to go before reaching tropical storm status. That would be maximum sustained winds of 39 miles per hour or greater would have to be measured, along with the formation of a well-defined center of low pressure. Water temperatures continue to be favorable for said development in the low 80s, where that low is setting right over the Gulf Stream. Now, forecasters have been outlining an area with some risk of tropical development all the way back since last week along the southeast coast. One question forecasters are weighing in whether the system's going to spend enough time over those warm waters before drifting inland over the southeast over the extended holiday weekend. One key player may end up being the position of a storm near the jet stream level, way up in the atmosphere. If the jet stream stays well inland, that would work against tropical development. And the system would probably move inland fairly quickly. Should the jet stream set up along or just off the coast, then the surface storm may stay over water long enough to become tropical in nature. Whether it's named or not, this system's going to develop circulation, increasing winds, a concentrated area of rain and thunderstorms. A swath from Georgia to the Carolinas. I mean, we could be talking sporadic power outages, urban flooding, and some of the thunderstorms that unfold may be packing some strong wind gusts, even spinning up a waterspout near the coastal areas. All right, strong rip currents, especially from southeastern Virginia to the Carolinas and into Georgia this weekend. Saturday may be the worst day of the 3 days of the holiday weekend along the Georgia and Carolina coastal areas. This is when it appears the center of the storm circulation is actually going to begin moving inland. As that center moves along Saturday to Sunday, forecasters do expect rainy conditions to move inland over the Carolinas, Georgia, southern Virginia. It's going to be cool as well. Temperatures you may not get any better than the 60s, where the rain is falling much of the day. So very cool conditions. Not ideal for the beachgoers. Looks like a dome of dry air over the northeast is going to be a determining factor in the northward extent of that rain later Sunday and on into Memorial Day, Monday itself. All right, we'll continue to track and watch as we head toward the weekend. Meanwhile, Philly Dan on board. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Stay safe out there. And rest in peace, Tina Turner. 83 years old. I guess she's been battling some sort of illness for quite some time now. Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Third shift workers, truck drivers, and wise old night owls. A cool 43 here. Clear skies in Rochester. Good morning, all you hardworking Americans. We're getting close to that 3-day weekend that so many Americans died for. Never forget. That's what Memorial Day weekend is all about. It's more than racing and throwing burgers and hot dogs on the grill and having a good time. Rumble is up. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Hello to Truck and Troy. Good morning, Steve. Reporting to you live and in color from Homer, Michigan tonight. Captain Ron is checking in via his smartphone. Semper Fi. Hello, morning, everyone, says Timothy. Of course, 5. You're picking right up where they left off last night. 5-7, a smartphone for Marines, 2 cans and a string. Copy the mail. All right, 63 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. Well, nocturnal listeners, in the news today. Yes, we lost a great one, Tina Turner, who runs Thunderdome. Master Blaster runs Thunderdome. It looks like Ron tweeted out he's going to run. And the machete-wielding professor gets no charges? I saw the headline. I didn't really delve into the story. Professor holding a machete to the throat of somebody, so no charges, huh? All right, breaking news. Time to let it roll. Saddle up. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. Let's go. And it was nice to hear from Are You With Me last night? Yeah, we finally heard from Big Ed there. Good afternoon, Hammer Down, says Larry. Good day, Steve, from the land down under. Hello, Peter. How we doing today? He said, in the land down under, today's a total contrast from yesterday. Flogging with rain. Looks like winter is maybe a tad bit early there in Melbourne. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve, overnight family, and everyone out there in listener land. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. We're at 72 degrees in Des Moines, Iowa. Got my overly powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south at a high rate of speed. As usual, I'm winning the day. Hey, a special corn patch shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger. Let's see. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. 63 degrees here on the Ohio Pike. Somewhat windy. State troopers are working diligently out here on 275 tonight. God bless them because we need them. We need to pray for this country. It's becoming more and more apparent that our commander-in-chief is not only criminal, but mentally in a sharp decline. The whole world is watching this madness. All right. Please remember, Steve, the Mad Dog loves you guys. Thank you, Mad Dog. Gilligan, let's see. What do we got? Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. I was just going to say, finally back out on the road. Yes, I'm back out on the road. I've been out 5 weeks now with the AFib. I want to thank everyone for the prayers, the well wishes. We're at 54 degrees clear at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, welcome back to live listener land after 5 weeks there, Gilligan. It is, yes, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like Eskimo Mom is on board. Happy Thursday. Got my regular run tonight. Orange barrel season is hot and heavy. Multiple backups, testing, many drivers, patients. Be safe out there. We're clear, breezy. It's 68 degrees on I-71 in Kentucky. AccuWeather has it showing 53 at the home 20 north of Dayton. Yeah, there's a little bit of a chill in the air out there tonight, huh? Let's see. Heat Wave says, good morning from Albuquerque. Update. Lady Heat Wave has been moved from the ER to a room earlier today. We're hoping for a release maybe tomorrow at the earliest, Friday at the latest. But we appreciate all the thoughts and the prayers. You know, it's been a rough couple of months for her. Thank you all once again. All right, yeah, it's been from one thing to the next, huh? It's been quite a run. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 65 degrees. Very nice day today. Looks like the truck should be ready late tomorrow, so I'll pick it up Friday morning. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. And, of course, let me see. That may actually be Gilligan. Would that be you?
Yes, Steve, it's me. Thank you for taking my call.
Well,
back down on the road.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Boy, I got a real spoonful of what I've been missing in the last 5 weeks. Boy, the idiots are out tonight. I guess they're warming up for Memorial Day weekend. You know how that goes. Yeah, I want to touch on a couple things. Y'all been talking about this Target event with the gay pride and the children's clothes and all this. I don't know why anybody is really surprised. You know, Target, just a few years ago, they said they was transgender friendly and you could come in and use the bathroom, whichever one you chose.
Yeah, you sure did.
You know, but I rolled Target out a long time ago when they sold the Salvation Army. They said, well, we don't want your outriggers out here in front of our stores because you all don't service the people that come to Target. Well, I mean, I know there's a lot of things the Salvation Army does that I disagree with and all that, but let's face it, you know, they're one of the few organizations that is near the 90% range that their contributions actually go out to help the people. You know, that's one reason why I do contribute to the Salvation Army. They've got some things about them I don't care for, but they do try to help the community. Target has always been a radically left-wing company.
Absolutely.
You remember back during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the VFW and the American Legion come to them and ask them whether they would contribute, you know, send stuff to the troops. They says, no, we don't support the war, we don't support the troops. The Salvation Army thing kind of put me over the edge anyway. That just kind of put the icing on the cake, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For me, the Target. I don't get it. But, you know, it's funny. When I have been in there, they've got the same stuff they got at Walmart, but the only difference is there's less people because the prices are higher too. You ever notice that? About the only difference. You know, same old junk, mostly made in China. Special Ed was talking last night. I know, how we big Ed, welfare Ed, and I think we ought to call it Special Ed.
Special Ed.
He's talking about the tuning trucks. This technology has been around for, I know, at least 24 years, and it has been experimented with. I remember when I started TMC in '99, they had a video on it on the tuning of trucks. That's been 24 years ago. Now, I get his point that you brought up that fact of having just a track. You know, there's no, where all it is just something to pull the trailer around. That's been brought up. You know, I know there's been a lot of technology towards that.
Yep.
I don't know where it's going. I'm just glad another 10, 12 years or so, I should be retired and out of the industry. You know, 24 years is enough already for me, but I got to make a living somehow. You know, I'm definitely not rich enough to retire. You know, I've made a good living at this. I'm fairly financially stable, but, you know, I definitely can't retire early. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Sure.
I sent you a link there a little bit ago. Did you get my nomination for the DA of the Week award winner up there in New Hampshire, that guy on the motorcycle?
Yeah, 171 mile an hour.
And intoxicated on top of that. He was doing 120 when they first clocked him. The one trooper got him up to 160, and the second trooper clocked him at 171. finally got him stopped.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a pretty lethal combination. 171 mile an hour and drunk.
On two wheels drunk. That's a death wish.
Yeah, I don't get it. But if you notice, here's the real kicker of it. Did you see where he was from?
Florida man.
Yeah, Florida man struck again. Well, that's about all I got for now. I think Charlie better check in. He's been getting some calls. People want to listen to him, so I'll try to call in later in the show. Give you a Charlie, man.
All right. Welcome back. Have a good morning. Thank you much. All right. Yeah, New Hampshire was the state. Arresting a Florida man doing over 170 miles per hour while intoxicated. Two troopers, routine traffic enforcement, late Sunday afternoon. One of them spotted the motorcyclist traveling at a high rate of speed. Initially clocked him at, as you said, 120, then accelerated to 160. Second trooper got him at 171. 36-year-old Christopher Unger of Port St. Lucia, Florida. Arrested and charged with reckless driving, reckless conduct, aggravated driving while intoxicated. Yeah, technically, I guess he's lucky to be alive, right? News break time on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Wall Street closing with stocks lower Wednesday. This comes as debt ceiling negotiations continue between lawmakers in the White House and Washington. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said Wednesday the two sides remain at odds. At the closing bell, the Dow lost 255 points. Investors waiting to see how things break. Tina Turner is dead at the age of 83. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was surprised at the news.
Tina Turner was an icon who had many stages and many amazing moments in her career.
Reports say Turner died in Switzerland peacefully after a long illness Wednesday. She was known as the Queen of Rock and Roll and rose to prominence as the lead singer of the Ike and Tina Turner Revue. She left Ike after years of well-documented abuse and launched a successful career as a solo performer. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text PRIDE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text PRIDE to 321321. That's PRIDE to 321321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Gilligan brought up the whole celebration of Pride Month at Target stores, which they've been doing that for 10 plus years. It's not something new from Target. It almost looks like the same thing now is happening with Target as occurred with the Bud Light scenario. Remember when Bud Light, they made some changes to the marketing team, and then they started walking back trying to say this was not a promotion, with the Dylan Mulvaney thing, and that ultimately angered the LGBT. And they started pulling Bud Light out of the gay bars and whatnot in some cities. Well, we discussed last evening, after the intense scrutiny this week, Target is pulling some of the LGBT-themed merchandise. They don't specify which, but those that have been the most controversial, I'm assuming that would be probably the children's books, marketing. There were several different children's books they had on the shelves. One was entitled My Queer Year, another entitled I'm So Glad You Came Out. So they're pulling some merchandise, and now the LGBTQ community is lashing out. All right, so disappointed in Target right now, says one user. A caption, a video apparently recorded at the Target location in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, saying, "You literally hid your LGBTQ support so as not to offend small-minded people. You don't seem to be too concerned about offending your own employees and loyal customers, though." The corporate communications department did not immediately respond to email containing a list of questions from NBC News, including which Pride items have been removed and the nature of the threats that they say have been leveled against employees. In a statement Tuesday night, a spokesperson for Target said, "Our company has offered an assortment of products aimed at celebrating Pride Month for more than a decade. But since introducing this year's collection, we've experienced threats impacting our team members' sense of safety and well-being while at work. Given these volatile circumstances," the spokesperson says, "we're making adjustments to our plans, including removing items that have been at the center of the most significant confrontational behavior. Our focus now is moving forward with our continuing commitment to the LGBTQIA+ community. standing with them as we celebrate Pride Month throughout the year. They did not respond to a question about how the corporate decision might be perceived by members of the LGBT community. In some stores, as we shared last evening in the South, those displays appeared to have all been moved to the back of the store, less visible. Target in Gary, North Carolina, 2 employees who didn't want to provide their names said the Pride collection was featured at the front of the store as recently as last week. It's now further back in the women's clothing section, and the women's swimwear has been placed near the front of the store. One employee said management told them to switch things around. They weren't given a reason why. Another TikTok user claiming that Target in Cypress, Texas, moved their Pride collection to the back of the store after a customer complained to the upper management. In a phone interview, the manager of that Cypress store referred NBC News to the corporate offices, but said moving the collection was a total company decision, had nothing to do with the store itself. Now, it looks like the pullback not affecting every store, as you would expect in some of the big cities. I mentioned San Francisco last evening. They're not going to move it to the back. Brooklyn, New York said the store's large Pride display went up about 2 weeks ago. They've not received any directions to move it or take it down. All right, so, and it goes on, but yeah, that's the volatile nature of the beast in this country right now. It's 844-844-3388. Well, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
Well, Steve, Pride deal, and the take I got on it was that Target didn't want another meltdown like Budweiser
Correct.
had.
That's correct. Yep.
And for the way I understood it, they told all the stores to move it to the back. Is what we were listening to. Of course, we wasn't listening to one of them left ringer stations. It was on Newsmax. But yeah, I mean, I'll tell you something. If you're looking at 1% of the population, maybe 2%, it's going to dictate to the other 98% what's going to go on. Nah, that don't fly no more. Budweiser is a perfect example of it. Disney is a big example of it. Look how much money Disney lost from this bull crap.
Yep.
And I think these CEOs are starting to realize that the major moving factor in this country are fed up with the crap and the corporate BS. And that Budweiser still, I think you reported on the other night, they were going back buying out all the outdated beer back. It's just going woke ain't the way to go. You go woke, you go broke, and these major companies are starting to realize it. And I think Target didn't want another meltdown because they're not in the best of positions right now. But that's just my take on it and what I heard today and everything. But Steve, I will tell you something. I witnessed something yesterday. They had the hair standing up on the back of my head, and I'd never been this close to the formation of a tornado in my life. And we was at Freona, 3 or 4 of us. We decided we're going to go to Clover's and eat at the steakhouse. So, we all bailing to pick up. We're taking off over there. I said, woo, look at that nasty cloud over there. Well, the closer we got to Bovina, this thing kept getting darker and darker and bigger and bigger. About that time, here come about 4 or 5 of them storm chasers running about 90 miles an hour past us, taking off through the fields, through the roars. And the highway patrol was out there watching it. The sheriff's department was out there watching it. And I can't describe to you and how massive this base was. Steve, it looked like it was 3 miles wide.
Wow, monster.
And it was a monster. And it had a cone come down out of it. And I told him, I said, I think we could cancel this trip to this, going to this steakhouse today, Well, fool, we ain't driving back the other way into it. So we got over to Clovis, and we're watching this thing, and people going crazy. And we got out, and it looked like this thing was right at the back of Clovis, New Mexico. And this cone that we had been watching had started spinning. And it got faster and faster and faster. This thing was sucking up dirt like you wouldn't believe. And then we seen that tail whip out. And that's when the hair stood up on the back of my head. I said, holy moly, would you? I got pictures of it on the cell phone. I got to figure out how to put them on Facebook. Hadn't had a chance, been kind of busy. But I tell you what, Steve, it looked like something come out of a Hollywood horror film. I mean, this cloud was ugly. Woo, boy. And I mean, it was just something. And it didn't hurt nobody, but that thing dumped about 4 inches of rain over there between Bovina and Freona, Texas, when in this event. But all this dirt this thing was sucking up, and I mean, it looked like a Hoover vacuum cleaner was out there sucking this thing up. At Bovina, it rained an inch of mud before it got it. I reckon it got it washed out the clouds. And I mean, but it covered them cars, pickups. I mean, it just road was slick. It was a mess, man. I mean, it was something. I mean, I've seen them. I've been up 3 or 4 miles away from them and stuff like that. But I have never been that close to actually seeing one form. And I hope I don't never see one again as long as I live. Because that scared me. I mean, it really had the goosebumps to watch this thing. And we didn't know, it looked like at one time it was going to come next to us. I said, I told y'all not to stop here. They was like, well, what we going to do now? I said, well, there ain't no ditch out here for miles. I said, I don't know what we going to do, but it went the other way. So anyway, that was our excitement, I reckon, for the year. But I mean, Steve, I mean, this thing, well, you see the pictures of it. I mean, when that cone started coming down, and we could kind of see up inside that, where that cone was at. Yeah, man. And they said that they were picking up the debris field on radar over there. And it was a pretty big debris field. But it was something, man. It brings back the old meaning trucking not a job. It's a damn adventure.
It's an adventure. Yes, it is.
That's for sure. So we're cruising on down here to San Antonio, Texas, get this load off, and then we go pick up a load, go back up there to the meat plant, then we headed for the Marina Del Rey for the weekend.
Big plans. Got to get them fire up the grill, get you some Bud Light for the Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, we're going to have plenty of them yellow jackets on hand, them Coors. I done kicked Bud Light to the curb. No more Bud Light for me. I'm done. So, whenever they make a public apology, but you know something I seen, and I touched on this right before I got sick. Budweiser had put out a release that they was no longer going to use the Clydesdales as their iconic advertising tool. Well, guess what was on the TV over there last night? The Clydesdale running around in a field of wheat, farmers out there working, all the hard-working Americans.
Yeah.
I said, and I started laughing. I think they starting to learn their lesson a little bit. They just need to come on out, tell all us rednecks that they're sorry, they made a boo-boo, and we do forgive them. I would think about drinking it then, but other than that, the beer choice for the Carolina Bucket Gouger is Coors.
Well, thank you so much for the update. Carolina Monkey Gouger, safe travels, and stay away from those tornadoes, no doubt. I did see, I believe Target's shareholders are taking a bit of a hit. I mean, they're trying to ward off, as he just said. They don't want this to become a Bud Light sort of scenario, but it may be too late. In the month of May, Target stock is down 9%, which translates to about $4.2 billion in market value. 6%, of that 9%, 6% has been this past week with this whole Pride controversy beginning to spiral. Are they going to be able to stop the hemorrhaging? All right, what do we got here? 844-3388. Good morning, Steve. Debbie checking in. It's a nice 63 here in Indiana. 71 for a high today. Yeah, things definitely cooled off a bit. 2 days left of school. Yesterday was field day, and it was a hot one, 86. Hey, hope everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Have a thankful Thursday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, all the kids wrapping up another school year. Actually went to our oldest grandson, Rowan's elementary school graduation this past morning. Yeah, pretty nice. He was awarded with A honor roll for the year. I said, how about that? That's quite the accomplishment. I said, Rowan, I don't think I ever made it to the A honor roll. There were a couple years I made the AB honor roll. Never got all A's though. So tip of the hat for a fifth grader there, and I guess technically today is his last day at his elementary school. So it's moving on to a whole new experience. I said, you see now when you move up to the new school, you're going to be the youngest age category, but for as big as he is, I mean, he's about the biggest kid that some of the people there were saying. He's the biggest fifth grader I've ever seen. He's probably bigger than most of the 8th and 9th graders that'll be dealing with in the coming years. So I don't know when that boy's going to stop growing. But yeah, straight A's, and he had a couple of other awards. So a great year. Tip of the hat for young Rowan. All right. Hello to Rob. Morning from Manchester, Connecticut. We're at a comfortable 51, headed back to Maine to grab another load of groceries to feed these New Englanders. All right. Got to keep them fed, right? Bidu checking in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Hello to Kevin. Timothy said grandkids' last day was yesterday. All right. There you go. Yeah, wrapping up the school year. I'll get back to the calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines here on a early Thursday. A couple of legislative updates. The Drive Safe Integrity Act appears to have hit a roadblock. The bill, which is supported by the American Trucking Association, this is the one that would allow 18-year-olds, 18 to 21, to haul interstate loads, was pulled from consideration at a House committee hearing after failing to secure the necessary votes. It was on Tuesday of this week. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure held a markup hearing that covered numerous bills. The markup hearing is the last formal step before a bill goes to the full House for a vote. Now, they advanced bills like the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, declined to vote on the Younger Driver bill after debate. Now, that was H.R. 3408, introduced by Rick Crawford of Arkansas, to establish a program to allow commercial truck drivers as young as 18 to cross state lines. Of course, we know it's 21 currently to operate in interstate commerce. Now, the ATA pushed for the bill built around the claim of a driver shortage, citing a lack of 78,000 truck drivers, and recruiting kids straight out of high school is the best way to combat this aging workforce. Additionally, the bill follows lackluster participation. See, they had this under 21 driver pilot program they set up. And back in March, at a Senate hearing, it was revealed that the program only had four apprentices in the program, a pilot that was designed to have, I believe, 1,000 or 2,000 individuals involved. 4 participants. Earlier this month, the ATA said the program still had less than a dozen participants. Of course, OOIDA opposes the Drive Safe Integrity Act, arguing there is not a driver shortage. The same reasons fleets are having a difficult time retaining drivers. Low wages, poor working conditions. That's why younger drivers have not signed up for the pilot program. All right, and we did touch last evening on the parking legislation, the $755 million over 3 years to expand truck parking that did indeed advance in that same markup hearing, after an opponent won assurances that the money to cover that would come from funds that have already been authorized by Congress. Much has been made of the shortage of truck parking without looking at the underlying issue, namely the onerous hours of service regulations that are imposed on our commercial drivers, forcing them off the road into full parking lots. That's Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania during debate on the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. Perry, who called the bill a boondoggle, said he and his constituents want to be informed before we encumber the U.S. taxpayer to pay for this thing. If there's not a pay for, I'm offering it. Now, to foot the bill, $755 million, Perry offered an amendment that would rescind that amount from the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program, part of the Inflation Reduction Act provision that allocated $1.9 billion for grants to improve transportation access in disadvantaged communities. Rick Larson of Washington countered that Perry's amendment would guarantee that money would be redirected into truck parking. All right, this should be an easy victory for our committee, but now we're trying to put in another poison pill. So I think Perry's amendment did not end up being attached to that. All right, so there you go. A couple of legislative updates, and we'll get back to the phone lines here on a Thursday morning at 844-3388. First, a news break as we close out hour number one on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has announced his 2024 presidential run.
If you nominate me, you can set your clock to January 20th, 2025 at high noon, because on the west side of the U.S. Capitol, I will be taking the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States.
The Republican made the initial announcement on Twitter Wednesday, saying he's ready to lead and criticized President Joe Biden. DeSantis trails former President Trump by a wide margin in every nationwide poll ahead of the GOP primaries, but he's been favored to be the one to beat Biden in 2024 in several swing state polls. Progress is being made in negotiations between the White House and Republicans on a bill to raise the debt ceiling. That's what Speaker Kevin McCarthy told reporters on Capitol Hill Wednesday afternoon. Democrats and the White House, meanwhile, continue crying foul.
What we've been dealing with for the past couple of weeks, a manufactured crisis.
Republicans have said they wanted to begin budget negotiations months ago. Several Republican proposals have been characterized by Democrats as unacceptable. Student loan forgiveness is one step closer to not happening.
House Republicans have passed a plan to cancel President Biden's student loan forgiveness program, and that is not sitting well with the White House.
The same Republican lawmakers objecting to student debt relief are refusing to cut billions of dollars in handouts to big oil. They even had their own loans forgiven.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president will veto that bill if it makes its way to his desk. The plan would give up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness to borrowers. I'm John Schaefer.
The music world's paying tribute to Tina Turner. A spokesperson for the music icon said she died peacefully Wednesday at the age of 83 after a long illness. This is USA News.
So, you need life insurance, right? Protection for your family? But who has time to meet with an agent? You're busy. But what if there was a better way? A way to protect your family, your loved ones, make sure you can send your kids to college, keep the family home, no matter what happens? Well, you can. With no agent visit, no medical exam, no blood work, none of the stuff that makes life insurance a hassle. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Ethos Life Radio is a 100% online buying platform for life insurance powered by Ethos. We match you after a simple online interview with a life insurance policy that matches your needs at the best price. EthosLifeRadio.com shops your policy to over 100 carriers instantly to get you the best price. And best of all, EthosLifeRadio.com is a marketplace. This is not a lead source. Your information will not just be sold with endless emails, calls, and texts. We give you the opportunity to buy life insurance online. Simple, in less than 15 minutes online, with no medical exam if you qualify. Do the right thing for your family today. Go to EthosLifeRadio.com. EthosLifeRadio.com.
The U.S. is apparently filled with so-called play deserts. Researchers at the University of Georgia found many areas in the country have few safe, free parks and playgrounds for kids. Experts say kids who don't have access to a playground or park are more likely to sit in front of a screen more often. Thanks to a judge's ruling, the parents of murder victim Gabby Petito will get to see a letter from Roberta Laundrie to her late son, Brian, Petito's fiancé and suspected killer. Petito's parents' attorney, Patrick Riley, explained the so-called burn after reading letter and how it might shed light on what Laundrie's mother knew.
In my mind, that clearly shows that she knew that Gabby Petito was deceased.
Laundrie family attorney Matt Lucas says the letter is just a reference to a book.
The premise of that book is you can write your personal thoughts down and have that outlet, but then you burn it after writing it.
The judge in the case denied access to the Laundrie's bank records. Attorney General Merrick Garland honoring law enforcement officers for National Missing Children's Day Wednesday.
There is no cause more worthy of honor. The Department of Justice is honored to stand with you.
The day highlights efforts of agencies, organizations, and individuals to protect children. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, there you go. That's my cue. Come back for hour number 2. Welcome in, welcome aboard, Eric. Trying to download the latest. Got the update on the Bud Light controversy. Uh-oh. Not good news. Well, unless you're PO'd at Anheuser-Busch. J.P. Morgan, the analysts. Bad news for Anheuser-Busch's management and stockholders, according to MarketWatch this week. Jared Dings of J.P. Morgan said they expect to see earnings before interest and tax drop by a little more than a quarter. Yeah, that number, 26%, is in line with Nielsen IQ data cited by the news outlet, which put early May sales down 23.6%. And some of those numbers may never recover. We believe there is a subset of American consumers who will not drink a Bud Light for the foreseeable future, says the analyst. However, they also said there is some home for Anheuser-Busch InBev stock, which has been priced assuming an even larger drop in EBIT, meaning that the stock could be bargain priced right now. Of course, we've been talking Bud Light offering big rebates, essentially making the beer free to many consumers. Yeah, just ahead of the biggest beer-selling holidays of the year, Memorial Day weekend, with that offer of $15 rebate for a 15-pack or larger, and in some cases, those 15 packs are less than $15. Let's see. Target right now has a 15-pack for $12.99. Walmart has a 24-pack for $18.98. Bud Light, in other words, is practically paying people to buy the beer as they try to get past this fiasco. Regardless of the particulars, the rebate offer shows that they are desperate to get Bud Light back into the refrigerators ahead of the Memorial Day weekend, both in hopes of enticing drinkers back to the brand and also so they're not to take back millions of cans of expired beer that never sold. They've actually offered, Monkey Gouger mentioned that, to buy back expired product from the distributors if they're unable to get it off the shelves before the expiration date. Wow. It is the continuing downward spiral for what's supposed to be America's best-selling brand. All right, at this point, they say nearly everyone's mad at Bud Light. Conservatives mad for promulgating the radical gay transgender agendas. Now the lefties are mad because they weren't vocal enough in supporting them in the face of the outrage over the Mulvaney thing. So again, looks like Target may be in line to be on the same ship there. All right, as of this past day, forecasters looking toward the Memorial Day weekend, the East Coast as a whole. So there's going to be like 3 different types of weather across the eastern U.S. this weekend. In the first zone, from the Carolinas to southern Virginia, confidence is high. It's going to be wet and cool for most of the weekend. Second zone, say from about Washington, D.C. to western Maryland and West Virginia. Some rain possible at times, especially in the latter parts of the weekend. Mainly dry weather for the holiday weekend in that third zone that extends across most of New England, central and northern New York, into northern Pennsylvania. Since last weekend, the forecast has been trending drier for the Northeast in general. Now, there's the potential for that southern system, which could acquire some tropical characteristics to get maybe trapped over the lower part of the mid-Atlantic. For now, at least, the Memorial Day weekend looks to be dry from New York City to Boston. Now, at the beaches, conditions may be dry and tranquil much of the weekend in New England and the first part of the weekend along Long Island, New York. Further south, especially from the Delmarva Peninsula to North Carolina, it's going to become windier, wetter, if not downright stormy from the Virginia Capes to areas further south. In these southern areas, seas are going to build, rough surf is going to keep people out of the water, even when it's not raining. Now, just how dangerous the conditions to come may depend if an actual tropical storm forms near the Carolina coast. But the same pattern producing the drier weather there in the Northeast is actually promoting some chilly air during the overnight hours. We'll see a fresh batch of chilly air here as we head through Thursday and Friday mornings. Yeah, temperatures are going to drop close to freezing this morning, Thursday morning, in northern New York on up into New England. The breeze may prevent damaging frost from occurring. Then a second wave of chilly air for Thursday night into Friday morning. Now, the winds are going to be lighter Thursday night, so there's a greater risk of an impactful frost for northern New York as well as New England by Friday morning. So that patchy frost capable of causing some damage could occur as far south as northern Pennsylvania and in the Hudson Valley, north of New York City. All right, get back to the phones here on a Thursday morning. Hello, Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. Listen, the monkey gouger story about that tornado got me to remembering back in, I don't think it was 09 or 010 when I was going hauling hay out of Kansas. You remember when, was it Greensburg, Kansas got leveled by an F5 tornado?
Yes.
I went through there about 5 or 10 minutes before the tornado did. I knew it was fixing to get real when two state troopers passed me, and they got on the radio and said, "You better pick it up, truck driver, because it's coming."
Wow.
I went ookie-dookie. And I kept up on their tail. We were running almost 80 on that 2-lane to try to get to Wichita, and they jumped off the exit. I jumped off behind them, and I said, "Are we safe?" She said, "Yep, it's hitting Greensburg right now." Following week, I went out to get another load of hay, and it just blew my mind. Seeing the only thing was left of foundations. If people know anything about Greensburg, you've got to go into an S-curve. You pass the grain silos, and as soon as you come out of that S-curve, the trees stopped. It just got leveled. I'm like, it just blew my mind how destructive it was. It just, I passed, like you guys said, I passed a couple of storm chasers going the other way, and I just got on the YouTube there and tried to find some of their websites, and actually found a picture of me going the other way, and they're going toward it, and I'm going away from it. I'm like, y'all more braver than I am. You're nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But back to Target, a little personal for me is my daughter is gay, and me and her have talks about things going on in the world with the LGBT pride and all that. She doesn't agree with them targeting kids at a young age, like they were putting the kids' clothes.
Right, the children's books and that, yeah.
She come out, I think she was 15, 16 years old. When she finally come out of the closet with it, told me and her mom that she was gay, and her mom worse did me, and I looked at her, I was like, well, I kind of suspected it because of the way you act, but we both support her in every way we can, but she's not one that, she'll go to the Pride, her age and stuff like that for Pride Month, but other than that, you'll never know she's gay. I also got a cousin who's gay, same way. He was in the Air Force for 20-some-odd years, flying bombing runs in Iraq and stuff like that. You're sitting there talking to him, you'll never know it.
Mm-hmm.
But, they're both openly gay, but they don't try to push their agenda on nobody else.
Right.
And most of the people that they're friends with or their mates, they're the same way. It just seemed like it's the real radical ones who are just, I don't get them. If you want to, I'm fine with it. It's your choice. But it's just pushing your agenda on everybody else. I just don't, don't fly with me. I'm the way I am. You're the way you're in. Live your life the way you want.
Right.
Get along. But like I said, I know it's a touchy subject and stuff like that, but it's just funny how people react to, like I said, I kind of agree with Target doing what they're doing because the backlash, and they're just trying to save the dollar, trying to make it, they're in it for a profit, looks like everybody else out here. But it is what it is, what it is. But the weather's Steve, I left the house in Warsaw at 71 degrees, and I'm up here in Columbus, and it dropped already to 54 degrees. It almost dropped 20 degrees since I left the house in 2 hours. I've never seen weather change this fast this time of year, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep, it's that big dip in the jet stream. It's coming out of Canada, dropping right down like through the Great Lakes here into southern Ohio. So, yep, it's cooling off.
Steve, I'm going back on out of here, and you all have a good night.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Hillbilly. Very good. And we'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back at it here and see what's going on with Scarecrow. Welcome into a Thursday.
Well, Steve, every time I walk out to the porch and open that beer fridge door, I've got one of them Coors that the Carolina stud was talking about there staring at me. And it's been sitting there, maybe 3 weeks now. A Quick Trip was giving one away to rewards card holders and whatnot, so I couldn't turn away from a gift horse, so it followed me home. And well, each time I reach in there, I just kind of shove it to the side a little farther and gaze at the other inventory. And so I think it's probably going to end up in a saucepan with broth soaking in it or such way. But either way, yeah, I guess you might say that I'm a Coors Light connoisseur in addition to Blatz. Oh man. Last night, Steve, right after my call, I pretty much had to drop off for a couple hours. But I left with the curious question about why the Milwaukee Police Department was shedding their body cameras during the Republican National Convention.
Correct. And I tried to do a quick search and couldn't really find anything on that.
That was going to be my next question. I suspected you were going to do a search. No, I too did a quick search at some point yesterday. I just seen there was several several sites or links you could follow, but I never did, pursue it or such. So I was just wondering, maybe you had found something, there, but so I guess that's going to leave all of us hanging there at the moment, huh?
Indeed, yes.
Shoot. Well, I see I got a little time here. I was going to say this till the end of the program, and this is more of it probably fit Casual Friday more at a normal time here, Steve, but there's going to be a part 2. I know that. And it may come around tomorrow night. I know there will be more next week. We, within our family, so to speak, have the makings of a Lifetime movie channel, real life deal going on here. I mentioned, I think, last night or night before, my bride's stepmother was on the verge of passing. Well, she did pass, yesterday or the day prior, and she's down in Fort Myer at her winter place, and her daughter, 2 daughters, and son are down there with her. So now my bride has 2 sisters also. So when my bride's dad and stepmom married, it became a family of 6. Well, from day one, my wife, she's a pretty shrewd judge of character. She has not cared for one of the sisters from the start.
Okay.
And this is 40 years back. Now, my wife's second or eldest sister, she lives right next door to the parents' property up here in western Wisconsin. Now, so she's well in touch with everything that's taken place through the years, and the stepsister that my bride is shunned, so to speak, the other sister too has agreed that she is not to be trusted. Just has never had a good feel for her. Well, before my wife lost her dad, this is about 3-4 years back, they had a will. Well, after his passing, the will got changed to a trust, and I'll call her the evil sister. She is the trustee. Now, they will be coming back. In fact, her and her brother may come back today, and the last sister will bring the ashes up in about a week or so. And so it's truly a curiosity what is going to happen. Given the way I understand it, the way my wife understands it, in a trust, nobody else has to see it or has to be allowed to see it, unlike a will where it's made public, so to speak, for all the family. The way we understand it, this lone individual is the only one that may actually see what is in there, in the trust, and how it's assuming going to be dispersed and such. So, and my wife and her sisters, they'll just throw their arms up in the air and walk away. They're not into it for any inheritance or such. There's certainly a $400,000 or $500,000 pot there, but so as I say, there's more that's going to come out of this and this is the first I've heard about how a trust works and whatnot. So, and maybe you and maybe there's other listeners that would correct us on who is allowed to see the writing, how the trust is laid out. But so yeah, this is not that there's usually a murder a murder in a Lifetime movie. I don't think it's gonna stretch to that, but as you can kind of see, this is the real thing that we're witnessing firsthand.
Okay, and I've never had to contend with such a thing at this point in my life.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure that the kids on the stepmom side, they're going to be taken care of, as well as the grandkids on that side of the family. They'll certainly come up in the reading of the trust or however things are dispersed. And but as I say, I know there's going to be at least a chapter 2 to this, and that may actually come a week or two from now. But so that there's another cliffhanger for you.
Okay,
that's all I had.
All right, very good. Thank you much. I don't know. Mike could get some, and I'm sure there's many that have indeed dealt with that scenario. But all right, I guess what was the big news of the day? Ron DeSantis officially announcing his presidential bid. I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback, says DeSantis. We heard in the news that I guess the whole announcement thing was slated for 6 p.m. They had technical difficulties for more than 20 minutes to get things running properly. All right, let's see. The original Twitter Spaces link ended after 21 minutes and 17 seconds. Musk tweeted another event, but it wasn't immediately available. This was from an undisclosed location. Someone was asking last evening, where's he going to announce from? So I guess they didn't say. DeSantis read his opening remarks off what it sounded like, obviously, from a prepared script. So pretty much. Meanwhile, the same day prior to the announcement, we got the latest polling numbers where Trump leads DeSantis significantly.
USA News update. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has formally announced his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination for president. DeSantis tweeted out his announcement due to glitches making his live event with Elon Musk delayed. President Biden commemorated the one-year anniversary of the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas today. Speaking from the White House, Biden said,
I realize this is a really tough day for all the families. Remembering is important, but it's also painful.
He again urged Congress to do something to stop the epidemic of gun violence. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. Another group is warning people not to travel to Florida. The Human Rights Campaign has joined Equity Florida to issue the travel warning, saying several new anti-LGBTQ state laws make it risky and unsafe to travel to the Sunshine State. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I guess it wasn't the best of news for DeSantis, but the trends haven't really changed. Just ahead of the formal announcement this past day, Quinnipiac released a poll saying Trump now commands a 31-point lead over DeSantis. Let's see, a resounding 56% of registered voters either aligned with the Republican Party or leaning in that direction through their support behind Trump. They released the polling numbers, February, March, May. Yeah, in February, things were a whole lot closer. 42 Trump, 36 DeSantis. March, 47 Trump, 33 DeSantis. May, 56% Trump, 25% DeSantis. So we went from a 6-point February lead to a 31-point May lead. The first one out of the gate, a polling analyst at Quinnipiac University said, in what for now looks like a 2-horse race, is moving at full gallop away from a slowly growing pack of contenders. You've got all these others. Nikki Haley, third spot with like 3% support. Pence, who hasn't announced. Tim Scott, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, all at like a three-way tie at 2% each. Kirsty Noem, who hasn't announced, right? Chris Sununu, Glenn Youngkin of Virginia, Vivek Ramaswamy, who is officially in. The conservative radio host, Larry Elder. Liz Cheney, would she actually even think about it? They're at like 1%. But in a head-to-head matchup between Top Republican candidates. Trump's support rises to 61%. DeSantis reaches 32%. All right. They considered hypothetical matchups between DeSantis, Trump, and Joe Biden among 1,600 plus self-reported registered voters from different political persuasions. Results, so Trump trails Biden by 2 points, 46 to 48. DeSantis would hold a slim advantage over Biden by a single percentage point, which would be well within the margin of error. I mean, 47 DeSantis, 46 Biden, but there's a plus or minus 2.4% margin. So technically, both of those hypothetical matchups, but I see a lot is going to change between now and the actual election. It may not actually be Trump leading the ticket. It may not be Biden leading the Democrat side. Who knows? All right, that's how it all plays out. In the state of Texas, back to industry headlines, 8 have been arrested, and numerous others are being sought out, connected with a large-scale diesel fuel theft operation. According to the news release this past day from the Texas Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, 16 suspects have been charged with first-degree felony charges of engaging in organized crime and evading motor fuel tax. 8, again, have been arrested. 8 are at large. Between February and October of last year, of course, a time when the fuel prices were skyrocketing, diesel was peaking at $5.82 a gallon, national average. These individuals engaged in more than 60 acts of diesel fuel theft, stealing more than 100,000 gallons of fuel from various retailers. They would illegally enter fuel pumps, manipulate the system that measures the amount of fuel being dispersed to show significantly smaller purchases than was actually being dispensed. They then coordinated efforts to pump and steal the fuel, which was taken to truck yards that illegally stored and sold the stolen fuel to truck drivers at a discounted rate, of course, without charging the required state motor fuels tax. These kind of crimes drive up prices at the pump, undercut legitimate carriers in the trucking industry by providing an unfair price advantage to those purchasing the stolen fuel, and, of course, circumventing taxes that should have been paid to the state of Texas. If convicted, the suspects face up to 99 years in prison. If you have information of the whereabouts of the 8 others, they've got photographs. You're asked to call the Manville Police Department there, but 99 years. Okay, that'll teach you. 5-7, what's happening this Thursday?
Well, not a whole lot. And again, a whole bunch of stuff. I just wanted to mention, I'm glad that other caller was on there and made mention of family member. Shows that lifestyle. Hey, we have radio stations out there at over the air, and I think it needs to be said, we don't hate homosexuals here. I don't know any driver that just absolutely has a hate-filled heart for people with that lifestyle choice. And, as a white guy, I have no control over demonic, hate-filled white people that just go after, gays, blacks, all this stuff. So I understand if you're homosexual, and I understand you're not responsible for the activists, what they're doing. But in this country, we've gone from accept me. Now, went from respect me to accept me. And now we're going to demand that you accept me. We don't hate homosexuals, but we love our children. And this stuff that's getting into our libraries of our children, the influences. There's a group out there, Gays Against Groomers.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like they squelched them out. Nobody's letting them talk. But that's what the whole Mulvaney thing is. See, before then, you had Virginia that flipped from Democrat to Republican over the issues of what's going on in the libraries. The Mulvaney deal is a lot of people. It isn't that he was gay or trans or any of that. It's before the beer thing come along. He was actually acting like a 12-year-old girl, encouraging her fan base online was young people. And he was actually telling them not to tell their parents, So there was that grooming going on there. And I think that's what really set people off. And it was just, hey, heck with it. Listen, Miss Shiny Heiner, I know she lost her job. I got it. And Monkey Gouger covered it. Said all he needs to do is apologize to us rednecks. And that's the point. Shiny Heiner said that she didn't, the beer was dying and, they needed to pull it away from the yuppies or the frat boys. The rednecks decided to get back out there. And I said, it's gross. But they were pushing on it, and they weren't accepting the fact that the real Americans are out here, working Americans, drink this stuff. And we just got fed up with it. It was like it's just easy to pick another beer when you go to the store. It just heck with them. And so you know what? All it would take, and I hope one of the executives, but they're probably in Belgium, all it would take is, guys, we are sorry. Our fan base and the people that kept us alive and made us who we are sorry. We really stepped out of line, and from now on, we're going to stay out of politics, out of cultural issues, and try to sell you the best beer we can. And then the very next weekend, I'll buy my Budweiser back again. But it just, they just don't even know how to apologize, I guess, because they're so far into their wokeness out in Belgium. They don't even know how far they've left the American worker, the working man out here. So, other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show. 5-7, we down.
Sound like a plan. There you go. Thank you much, 5-7. Oh, to the land down under. It's been a long time. What's happening?
What's up, brother? How's it going, man?
Doing well. Is it winter time there yet? We got our friend Peter there in Melbourne who says it's kind of nasty today.
Yeah, so it's running fairly cool, but so it's not winter yet, okay? But okay. Where's the other guy?
Melbourne.
Yeah, so Melbourne's always colder than here, always. So I'm near Sydney, and right now it's 67 degrees.
Okay.
Okay? But, mate, this is the normal weather for the middle of winter. Even still, it still gets so that's 20 degrees Celsius, which is 67. You might have a cold day, which is 60 degrees here on the Central Coast. So it never gets that cold here. So the thing is the weather, and I tried to explain this to an Australian the other day, because he's like, because he was asking me, he said, is it cold where you're from? I said, it gets a lot colder than here and a lot hotter than here, talking about being in Georgia. And you lived in North Georgia. Middle of summertime, man, it is hot, it's humid, oh man, it'll take the breath away from you. In the middle of winter, man, it can be cold as for days and days and days, like weeks. So I've tried to explain that to Australians, and they don't get it. it's so much more temperate here than it is in really pretty much anywhere in North America until you get to like California, Southern California, and Florida. But anyway, just a couple things, just about what the last caller was saying. The thing I have about butt wiper is this. They can apologize, but you know what, man? They're just going to do it again. When you get into that kind of corporate culture where they're trying to be woke, etc., look at Coca-Cola, what they've become. But you get into that woke bull crap where they start pushing that agenda. They can apologize. Well, first off, I don't think they're ever going to apologize. And I can say, look, you're right. This is not our base. Blah blah blah. We shouldn't have done that. It's not going to happen. So my second statement about it is there is no way on earth, even if they did sit there and apologize, I was going to buy their product again anyway. Yes, they do sell butt wiper over here. The thing is that it's just like we probably know a woman in this situation where her husband beats her, right? But he apologized. He loves me and all that kind of crap. That's exactly the same thing in this case. They can apologize now, but you know what? They're just going to do it again. So no matter what you do, go buy a different beer, find a better beer. That stuff's crap anyway. So just drop the butt wiper and go get a good American brand like Shiner Bock, Light. Go get some, I don't know what Samuel Adams now, I don't know what they're making now. But Youngling, which is a great American beer out of Pennsylvania, is a fantastic beer. That's what I used to like to drink. And they make a really good light beer. And if you remember, as soon as the crap hit the fan with butt wiper, they were saying, yeah, come on over. We're not going to do that to you.
Yep.
Buy an American brand, the oldest brewery in all of North America, Youngling Brewery there in Pennsylvania. It's good stuff, too. When's Chris back on?
That I don't know, and I think he's going to be pretty much really kind of stepping aside here in short order.
And so is Kyle going to be on to answer questions, or who's going to be answering questions?
Well, we haven't had anybody on really since the truck show, so
yeah.
we got to get something, something like. See, right now it's racing season, and Kyle's all over the country. Josh has got new responsibilities, so I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, so I got my Land Cruiser back from the engine rebuild, and I've straight away put the treatment in there. I'm about to order some more diesel treat, everyday diesel treatment, and I wanted to verify if I can actually obtain it in Australia yet. Do we know? I haven't been to the website. Granted, I guess I could, but I need to get some. Any ideas?
I do not have an answer. I am so sorry.
Okay, all good. Look, I'll do a little bit of research, and I'll try to call back maybe the first part of next week. I don't know. I got a pretty crazy. It's been crazy since I've been back. I got back, and I had gotten this promotion earlier in the year. And when I got back, they were like, "Dude, why did you leave?" Because I'm running these programs at my store, and it was clear when I stepped away. I mean, you could see the numbers just went through the floor. So actually, we're virtually non-existent. Anyway, that's another story. So it's been crazy since I've been back. So my other question was, and I don't know if you can help me with this, Steve, but with my brand new engine, it's a brand new rebuild engine, what should I be putting into it? Should I be putting the stiction as a preventative because of the brand new injector?
No,
I mean, wait to do that.
You would just start with the FR3. That's the FR3 friction reducer, which the stiction eliminator has in it, but you don't need any sort of clean out for a brand new.
Nah. Even as a preventative, like maybe once a month or something, you think?
Not till it gets some miles on it. No.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right, cool. I'll get some FR3 and some of that diesel treat to help with that, because I want to make sure that I can maximize my fuel economy. I'm getting fantastic fuel economy out of it. I'm shocked. I mean, this 35-year-old vehicle, I don't know what it is in miles per gallon, though. I don't know what it is. Sorry. I'll have to figure it in miles per gallon and let you know.
Okay.
But it's a significant increase in miles per gallon, because it was the way they figure it over here is number of liters per 100 kilometers.
Oh, okay.
So so I don't mean nothing to no American. All right, brother. Well, look, how you been doing, man? Is Princess good? Although I know you all went down to Flintstone and all that, or North Georgia.
Yep.
For a bit. All good?
Everything going well. Yep. Getting ready for getting ready for summertime. It's typically we open the pool here Memorial Day weekend. It's still kind of cool out. I mean, we're only gonna be like a high of 70 today, but yeah, gotta get it opened up.
Yeah, gotta get in that water, man. I mean, do you treat it before, or do you drain it? Do you treat it and keep it, or do you drain it?
I keep it. Yeah, we treat it in the fall. I mean, over the winter months, I probably lose half of it anyway. Some of it seeps through this liner or the cover, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, looks like we're buying a house. So we won't be having a pool, though, man. Too much money to put into one of those, dude. Yeah. So looking for it. I'll send you some photos of the new place. When we're supposed to sign it next Friday, not this Friday, but the following Friday. So.
Good deal.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of stuff going on, brother. All right, man.
Well,
hey, look, God bless you. May the Lord bless and keep everyone out there on the road. Y'all have a good one, and don't forget, keep buying that product, and you got to keep this station going, this radio show going. Thank you, Steve. God bless you, man.
Thank you so much, Sylvester, in the land down under. Hey, speaking of Memorial Day weekend, there are some deals going right now. A lot of folks are going to be maybe hitting the road in the RV for the first time as the unofficial kickoff of summer gets here. Got a web promotion going right now at hotshotsecret.com. Hit the road this Memorial Day with 15% off all the RV products. They've got a complete line of RV products there at hotshotsecret.com. So now through the this is the 25th, Thursday. The deal continues through Friday. Use the coupon code RV Summer, SUMMER, RV Summer at checkout. And that'll knock off an additional 15% off your order. If you're out there hitting your favorite truck stop, you're needing if say you frequent the Pilot Flying J locations right now through the end of June, you got if you buy two 2-quart diesel extremes at Pilot or Flying J travel centers, you'll receive 1,000 My Rewards points, My Rewards Plus points. Love's Travel Centers. Buy two 2-quart Stiction Eliminator at Love's. You'll get 1,000 My Love Rewards points. That's also now through June the 30th. And, of course, got some, like I said, right now, racing season. What do we have coming up? Starting actually Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Where are we going to be? Onaway Speedway there in Michigan. Got the Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge that'll be taking place. I think Flow Racing will have the coverage there and will be the title sponsor. The title sponsor of the live feed there on Flow Racing. And, of course, we're an event sponsor and we'll have the vendor booth there. Again, I'm assuming Kyle will be there this weekend. There's so much going on. Looking ahead to the following weekend, on over to Lucas Oil Raceway there in Indiana, June the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It's another big one, the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge, to which Hot Shot Secret will be an event sponsor. Of course, numerous sponsored racers there, and the vendor booth will be there at Lucas Oil Raceway. Also, that's the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. That's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Fire Punk Diesels Outlaw Diesel Revenge. Title sponsor and race sponsorships there. Again, Lucas Oil Raceway in Indiana. Just a few of the events just around the corner. Later on in June, it's the National NHRDA, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association Canadian Diesel Shootout at Mission Raceway in Canada. Hot Shot Secret, title sponsor. We'll have the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers, and we'll be there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has announced his 2024 presidential run.
If you nominate me, you can set your clock to January 20th, 2025 at high noon, because on the west side of the U.S. Capitol, I will be taking the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States.
The Republican made the initial announcement on Twitter Wednesday, saying he's ready to lead and criticized President Joe Biden. DeSantis trails former President Trump by a wide margin in every nationwide poll ahead of the GOP primaries, but he's been favored to be the one to beat Biden in 2024 in several swing state polls. Progress is being made in negotiations between the White House and Republicans on a bill to raise the debt ceiling. That's what Speaker Kevin McCarthy told reporters on Capitol Hill Wednesday afternoon. Democrats and the White House, meanwhile, continue crying foul.
What we've been dealing with for the past couple of weeks, a manufactured crisis.
Republicans have said they wanted to begin budget negotiations months ago. Several Republican proposals have been characterized by Democrats as unacceptable. Student loan forgiveness is one step closer to not happening.
House Republicans have passed a plan to cancel President Biden's student loan forgiveness program, and that is not sitting well with the White House.
The same Republican lawmakers objecting to student debt relief are refusing to cut billions of dollars in handouts to big oil. They even had their own loans forgiven.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president will veto that bill if it makes its way to his desk. The plan would give up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness to borrowers. I'm John Schaefer.
The music world's paying tribute to Tina Turner. A spokesperson for the music icon said she died peacefully Wednesday at the age of 83 after a long illness. This is USA News.
So, you need life insurance, right? Protection for your family? But who has time to meet with an agent? You're busy. But what if there was a better way? A way to protect your family, your loved ones, make sure you can send your kids to college, keep the family home, no matter what happens? Well, you can. With no agent visit, no medical exam, no blood work, none of the stuff that makes life insurance a hassle. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Ethos Life Radio is a 100% online buying platform for life insurance powered by Ethos. We match you after a simple online interview with a life insurance policy that matches your needs at the best price. EthosLifeRadio.com shops your policy to over 100 carriers instantly to get you the best price. And best of all, EthosLifeRadio.com is a marketplace. This is not a lead source. Your information will not just be sold with endless emails, calls, and texts. We give you the opportunity to buy life insurance online. Simple, in less than 15 minutes online, with no medical exam if you qualify. Do the right thing for your family today. Go to EthosLifeRadio.com. EthosLifeRadio.com.
The U.S. is apparently filled with so-called play deserts. Researchers at the University of Georgia found many areas in the country have few safe, free parks and playgrounds for kids. Experts say kids who don't have access to a playground or park are more likely to sit in front of a screen more often. Thanks to a judge's ruling, the parents of murder victim Gabby Petito will get to see a letter from Roberta Laundrie to her late son, Brian, Petito's fiancé and suspected killer. Petito's parents' attorney, Patrick Riley, explained the so-called burn after reading letter and how it might shed light on what Laundrie's mother knew.
In my mind, that clearly shows that she knew that Gabby Petito was deceased.
Laundrie family attorney Matt Lucas says the letter is just a reference to a book.
The premise of that book is you can write your personal thoughts down and have that outlet, but then you burn it after writing it.
The judge in the case denied access to the Laundrie's bank records. Attorney General Merrick Garland honoring law enforcement officers for National Missing Children's Day Wednesday.
There is no cause more worthy of honor. The Department of Justice is honored to stand with you.
The day highlights efforts of agencies, organizations, and individuals to protect children. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, right back at it here as we work our way. What are we looking at? 25th day of May. Okay. Rolling toward Memorial Day weekend. See what Eagle has on his mind this Thursday morning. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, I got a couple things to talk about. Talk about Ron DeSantis situation, and then I want to talk about the Florida travel advisory. Let me talk about that right quick, Steve, because I'm really getting pissed off. As I told you last week, I told you that I'm gonna be making my move out of northern Mexico sometime this year to Florida. And it seems like it seemed like all this noise came around as soon as I made my decision about this so-called travel advisory to Florida. I'm going to say this one more time, Steve, and make this real clear to some people out there. There is no travel advisory for the state of Florida. I've been driving trucks for over 20 years, Steve, in and out of Florida. No problem whatsoever. No people that live in Florida, that have lived in Florida their whole life, never had a problem in the state of Florida. It's an insult. Whoever put this travel advisory out is a complete loser, Steve. All this is about, you notice that all this coincides with DeSantis deciding he wants to run for president.
Yes.
Do you notice the coincidence, Steve?
Yep.
Huh?
That's exactly correct. That's the 2 days before the announcement. And everybody knew he was going to announce this week, and it was the NAACP is the one that got it started.
Yeah. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that out, Steve. You don't have to be very intelligent to realize what these people are trying to do. They're trying to cost this man votes. They're trying to keep blacks from voting for this man. They're trying to keep the Hispanics, and now they got the homosexual people involved too. Now they saying that it's dangerous. Have you heard about any attacks on homosexuals in Florida lately, Steve?
They're just talking about the where he passed the law banning the critical race theory education in schools. Then he also passed some a DEI for a college degree. I think I've got the rest of that story. That's what they're all upset about.
Oh yeah, it's just a bunch of garbage, Steve. If they want to place a travel advisory, Steve, if these losers, since they so concerned about travel advisories, why don't you place a travel advisory on state of Texas? Seem like Texas is more under siege than Florida is, Steve. When you got people coming in and literally walking into the United States, and we just talked last night about this terrorist that tried to blow up, try to drive a truck through the concrete barrier at the White House. Seemed to me like Texas is more dangerous than Florida is, but apparently those people don't see it that way. But like I say, these people are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. So I advise they try to tell people now, Steve, not to spend money in Florida. If you planning on going on vacation, or if you planning on going doing something for Memorial Day this weekend, don't spend no money in Florida. This is a complete insult. They're trying to destroy this man. These Democrats, that's who's behind it. You can best believe that's who's behind all this nonsense, Steve. Some loser Democrat that's afraid of him. They're afraid that he might get in the White House or either Trump. So they're going to do everything to try to destroy these people. This man is not a racist. This man here has several blacks that work for him in his organization. So the same thing with Donald Trump. Like I say, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. As far as the Hispanics are concerned, Steve, I'm gonna say this one last time because I said it last week. If you don't have a proper identification, you don't have a Social Security card, you don't have a green card to be a valid U.S. citizen, you don't have the right to work in America. So all these Latino truck drivers, whoever these people are, if you say you don't want to, you're going to boycott Florida, well, boycott it, my man, because they got plenty of other truck drivers that are haul freight into Florida. You're not going to stop the state of Florida by not traveling there. This man is upholding the law. Now, the only thing I have to say about that, Steve, is, because I told you I used to be in the housing industry back in 2007 for about a year or two when I stopped driving trucks for a while. And only thing I'm going to say to the American people is, okay, now, you got a man like this that's trying to create jobs for Americans and keep Americans working. Now take these jobs. They're saying that these lots are vacant, these homes and all these construction sites are vacant because all the Hispanic people got the hell out of town because they didn't want to get deported out of the country. Now the next step is the American people have to move in and take these jobs that were vacated. If you leave these jobs vacated, Steve, guess what? The Hispanic people are going to move right back in and take these jobs right back so you haven't accomplished anything. So the American people that need jobs, anybody that's listening to me tonight, if you're involved in the construction or home industry, you need to be making your way to Florida because there's a lot of jobs available, as I understand. This is what needs to take place. Like I said before, Steve, if I have no problem with anybody, because everybody in this country is an immigrant unless you're a Native American. But if everybody had a right to come for a better life, but you got to come in the right way, in the legal way. You don't bogart your way in, force your way into the country because the USA doesn't know you anything, and I don't owe you anything either. And that's the thing that pisses me off. Now, as far as DeSantis is concerned, Steve, where he made his mistake was he made the same mistake that loser Joe Biden made. For some reason, he wanted to do his campaign announcement on the internet, Twitter, and I understand that he had all kind of technical difficulties. You don't do it that way, Steve. You do it like Donald Trump did it. You do it like a professional. Donald Trump held his announcement at Mar-a-Lago down in Florida, right in front of his own home, in front of a crowd of people, and that's when he announced he was running for president. That's the way you handle it. You don't do it over the internet. That shows you that, DeSantis, as much as I like the guy, he did it the wrong way, and that's why they had so many technical difficulties tonight with his announcement. He made a very bad mistake by doing that. You would have thought he would have learned from Donald Trump. But like I said, Donald Trump, Donald Trump is making a lot of insults towards the guy, and then some of these are true. Tonight, I don't know if you know what Trump said about him. See, he said that he was a fake Donald Trump impersonator. A lot of people, Trump seems to think that this guy is trying to impersonate him and try to make the same rules and regulations and go about that. That's part of the reason why Trump doesn't like this guy, Steve, is because Trump thinks that he helped him get the job as governor of Florida, and then Trump thinks that this guy is trying to be a second-hand Donald Trump guy, which I think, I think this man is trying to do his own thing. But like I told you before, like I told you last night, Steve, Donald Trump is my first choice to get into the White House, and then if things don't work out with Donald Trump, if these losers try to take him down with all these court cases and all this other garbage that they're bringing up on him, then the governor of Florida will be my second option. Either way, we got to get one of these people in the White House because we can't allow this certain individual to get back in for another 4 years. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Very well said. I had the story here. He mentioned the LGBTQ community, whatever, some organization kind of jumped on the bandwagon with the NAACP, also advising for that community. Yeah, don't travel to Florida. They're a threat. I guess it was, maybe Monday a week ago, where Governor DeSantis in Florida signed the bill that would prohibit public colleges in that state from offering degrees in critical race theory or majors, minors, and programs that promote DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. First proposed back in February, stating that Florida public colleges cannot use state or federal money for DEI programs. It also places restrictions on the teaching of critical race theory or DEI in general education courses. In addition, university officials must conduct regular reviews of lessons that are based on theories that systemic racism, sexism, oppression, and privilege are inherent in the institutions of the United States and were created to maintain social, political, and economic inequities. During the press conference at the signing, DeSantis said the whole experiment of DEI is coming to an end in the state of Florida. We're going to treat people as individuals. He later said, if you want to do things like gender ideology, go to Berkeley. But for us, our tax dollars, we want to focus on the classical mission of what a university is supposed to be. All right. Florida's state Senate minority leader, a Democrat, Lauren Book, said after the signing, Governor DeSantis is treating freedom of speech as an enemy. And the legislature allowed his partisan politics to get in the way of initiatives that has progressed us as a nation to allow students from diverse backgrounds and experiences to be included in places where historically they've not been accepted. All right, whatever, but that's where he's in some hot water with that community. In the meantime, Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Travel advisory to Florida. I got one for him. Don't go on foot. You might get run over, right?
That's correct.
All right. There's a lot of drivers out here that carry a liquid transfer pump on their truck. They don't pull up at the fuel island. They just wait till some unsuspecting driver pulls up beside him, goes in, takes a shower, and then drains one side of his tank, and then goes off down the road there, right? A lock is only intended to keep an honest man honest there, right? Well, anyway, I signed up for Medicare today. I finally got old enough to get that jump. But anyway, Tennessee and I were back there talking about it there, and since January, I have been bombarded with mail from all these insurance agencies wanting to sign me up for Medicare there.
Yeah.
You got to get signed up 3 months before you turn 65. So that's the start point to it there. I think you got till 3 months after you turn 65 too. So I don't know, but she finally got me signed up there. So I ain't going to worry about it no more. I don't need it as long as I keep working there, right? Well, I saw a billboard over in Arkansas, see, and it had the Arkansas Razorbacks and Bud Light on the same billboard. Are people going to start boycotting them Arkansas Razorbacks now?
Uh-huh.
I wonder if that newspaper guy might do that, sir, And then about 2 or 3 miles up the road, I saw a cooler turned completely upside down on the side of the road, had Bud Light running out of it, see? I just laughed. Now, this is strictly for monkey gougers there. We was down in a bar down in Houston, Texas, drinking Colorado Kool-Aid and talking to some Mexicans. What's Colorado Kool-Aid, you say? Well, it's a can of Coors brewed from a mountain stream. Set your head on fire and make your kidneys scream there, right? Well, he said his hair on the back of his neck stood up. I thought he had a one-on-one meeting with that green lizard down there in the swamp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Tennessee, she's got pictures of a funnel cloud there about a quarter mile away. She went and got that big $2,000-3,000 35mm camera outfit she had, and just it never did touch down. But anyway, she's got some cool pictures of it there. Anyway, well, let's get on with all this junk here. Elvis Presley's last motorcycle, they couldn't even sell it. See, it didn't meet the reserve price on it. So I thought that was pretty crazy. I mean, it's a big Harley. Why would you not want to buy Elvis Presley's last motorcycle? That'd be a cool thing to be riding around on there.
Any idea what the reserve price was? That probably wasn't cheap.
I done forgot. I read the article, but that's just my feeble mind. Don't recall. My recall sucks. But if you'll remind me, I'll remember it there, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And Ireland became the first nation to require cancer warning labels on alcohol. See, we already knew it caused cirrhosis of the liver and all that good stuff, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And I never did drink that Bud Light, not even before the controversy, and I still ain't gonna drink it afterwards there. So, well, here comes that political satire now. The Southern Poverty Law Center has announced the addition of a dangerous new group to their hate groups. I mean, if you ain't wearing a Pride T-shirt right now, you're a member of it there. This is the largest and most despicable hate group we've seen yet. Well, that's all my baloney for this go-around. I'll call in on that loneliest hour there. I've got this trip and trip tomorrow night, and then I'll be off for 2 weeks there. So
wow, 2 weeks. All right, time for the gonna get the other eyeball, get the cataract fixed. In other words. All right, quick search here. Let's see. Bidding for the last motorcycle Elvis ever bought ran out of gas when it came up for auction Saturday night. Elvis purchased the 1976 Harley-Davidson FLH Bicentennial in August of 76, 1 year before his death. The special edition is one of 750 like it that were built, but has a custom paint job that was ordered by the king. Had it shipped to Graceland, kept it there until selling it to an area Harley-Davidson dealer. Later purchased by a hotel owner in Wildwood, New Jersey, who kept it on display in the lobby for several years, then resold several times before ending up in the Pioneer Museum in South Dakota. Part of the collection there till 2019 when it was auctioned for $800,000. All right, so it was up for auction over the weekend at the Mecum Auctions there in Indianapolis. Record price ever paid for a Harley-Davidson, $935,000 for a 1908 strap tank. That was sold at a Mecum auction in Las Vegas, January this year. So the Presley bike seemed primed to beat that number, but the bidding topped out at $300,000, which was below the reserve. So the sale was not made. So top bid $300,000. I don't know what was the reserve. They don't specify. So that explains it. $300,000. All right, well below the expectation of nearly $1 million. They thought they were going to get out of that. All right, looking at 24 past the hour. It's been quite some time since we've heard from the inbred redneck. What's going on this morning? Well, it might help if I could get there you go, computer, do your thing. Hello, take two. Oh, wait a minute. He actually pulled an eagle. Wake up, redneck, wake up. All right, hey, Vic, hang in there. We got you coming up here momentarily. Is that Matthew?
Yes, it is, Mr. Summers, and I want to ask how in the world are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. It's been a long time since we heard from you. I think it may be about Christmas time in 2021. How about you?
Let's just say that I have enjoyed the heck out of NASCAR's 75th anniversary season.
So are you pumped up about the 600 this weekend?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I am so tired of either Larson, Bowman, or Byron winning these races. Because I've watched the last two, the one for the Rollback weekend at Darlington and then the All-Star race this past Sunday night in North
Wilkesboro there, yeah.
In North Wilkesboro. Yes, I know Elliott was out for those 6 weeks with his leg, but I mean, I just don't understand why he hasn't had the kind of race car to be able to be just as fast as Larson's is, if not faster than his.
Well, somehow, I don't know, Larson's crew chief, whoever set things up last weekend, they had that thing dialed in. I mean, it was almost, starting from the back of the field on, what was it, lap 18, and by lap 55, he was back in front again. I mean, he passed everybody. So he was wrong. He was on a rail.
He was. But on another subject, why in the heck did the Red Lakes have to hound us this past night?
I did not. I didn't see what the final score was, but yeah, was that the final game of that series there with the Cards?
No, as a matter of fact, we wrap up the series with Cincinnati this upcoming afternoon over there, but it's morning here.
Okay, so you got a business day special today then. All right, so I think that's game 4, right? All right, I got to get to my news break there, Matthew, but hey, great to hear from you.
USA News Update. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has formally announced his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination for president. DeSantis tweeted out his announcement due to glitches making his live event with Elon Musk delayed. President Biden commemorated the one-year anniversary of the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas today. Speaking from the White House, Biden said,
I realize this is a really tough day for all the families. Remembering is important, but it's also painful.
He again urged Congress to do something to stop the epidemic of gun violence. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. Another group is warning people not to travel to Florida. The Human Rights Campaign has joined Equity Florida to issue the travel warning, saying several new anti-LGBTQ state laws make it risky and unsafe to travel to the Sunshine State. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello there, Shorty. Getting a late start, huh? Shorty checks in and said, finally made it out. Truck problems, 5 hours late. But here we are, I-26 eastbound Orlando, turnaround number 2. All right, very good. Yeah, so Peter was asking, he's the one in Melbourne. I guess he heard Sylvester's call there. Yeah, Dean Owens, that's Sylvester from Sydney. New South Wales, I believe is what they call him. And I'm not sure what he has to dial. Obviously, he has to use like the international calling, but you know, and I think it's rather expensive. That's why he doesn't call all that often. I guess you can pay your cell provider or whatever to have international calling added, but I don't know, if you don't make a lot of international calls, it's probably not worth paying the monthly fee, but I have no idea how much it costs per minute for him to check in every once in a while. All right, Netflix, they tell us, for those who have a subscription to Netflix, you know, when you gave the password to your brother and your aunt and your other uncle, and they're all sharing your Netflix plan. That era is coming to an end. Password sharing. They started emailing this week U.S. users who share passwords that either they or their non-household members are going to have to pay up. Users who share passwords will now pay an additional $7.99 a month for someone outside their household to stream through their account. If the sharer doesn't want to pay extra, the password borrower will have to pay for their own membership. Your Netflix account is for you and the people you live with, your household. Now, this crackdown as streamers are under pressure to become more profitable. In the past, when those streaming services were just focused on subscriber growth, the sharing of passwords among friends and families was pretty much tolerated. That is changing now. Netflix estimated last year that more than 100 million non-paying households were using that service. A stat that the company shared after a quarter of subscriber losses. Account sharing and piracy costs like $9.1 billion in lost revenue. In 2019, according to the market research consulting firm, that's expected to increase to $12.5 billion in lost revenue by 2024. They're trying to get non-paying users in other countries as well. Pay for your own subscription. All right, so there you go. Yeah, but I know that at one point in time, I think, my wife had, her sister had an account, and she shared that with us. And for several years, we were able to watch Netflix programming because I don't pay for a subscription. What's happening, Vic? Good morning.
Oh, it's a whole lot of everything, really. Did you get the emails that I sent you this morning there? I'm trying to get too much done.
Indeed,
today, but anyway.
I did, yes. And you're like a walking encyclopedia of Britannica knowledge, Vic.
Well, I started to give you a bullet point presentation, and I thought, wait a minute, Steve wasn't even born when a lot of this stuff was going on. So I tried to keep it as concise as possible. But anyway, the reason, and the other thing too, while I was writing that, the natural religious broadcasters are having their convention today, and I was thinking this week. I was thinking, you started out as a religious broadcaster, so to speak, didn't you, in your younger days?
That was, my first radio job was at a Christian station, correct?
Right. Well, they were commenting about any time that they broadcast, like on social media, there are all kinds of claims coming, to try to get them kicked off of whatever it is. I'll just say YouTube, but I guess there are other ones also. And that made me think about this whole wokeism thing, because years ago they tried to keep certain people out of the executive broadcasting, out of the executive role of all corporations, I'll just say. And what happened was, when they passed all this civil rights legislation, they basically slipped things in there to where these people could force themselves into these positions. And that's why I mentioned that Goldwater opposed a lot of that stuff. And because like when you go into a public place, like a restaurant or something, you'll see signs in there they used to, that they have the right to refuse service to anyone. Well, after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, if they refused service to a minority, then that minority would say it was because of their minority status, or they were set the wrong place. And Denny's went through a lot of that. And that caused a lot of problems for a lot of just the basic workers. And I know the reason I mentioned Denny's, I know this one Denny's, that this one waitress had to put up with a lot of flack there for a while, and really rude comments and all this other stuff. And my wife asked her, said, "Why are you tolerating that?" Well, I need the job, and Denny's doesn't need to get sued again, was basically her short answer. So anyway, and on a grander scale, if people didn't get promoted the way that they felt they should, there was a lot of civil rights lawsuits and everything. And there's a lot of people then that wound up in the executive role that made decisions that, like Bud Light and Target and all these other people. And I think the Bud Light marketing manager, I think she got fired. I really haven't followed it that closely. But the thing of it is, when they do that, it hits the stock market. It hits their stock, as you mentioned, pretty hard. So there are people that are losing money, and there's also with all this transgender stuff and transgender use of the bathroom and all that, it's putting a lot of people at risk. And so that whenever you had a person last night that was mentioning about he didn't understand how this all happened, and that was just my take on how it all happened. And religious leaders provide a lot of what I want to say, social counseling or social benefits that cost the government absolutely nothing. And they even try to stop all the religious leaders, counseling people that are kind of on the what I want to say here, borderline, or they're curious. They're questioning their sexuality. And what was it, that 4 or 5 years ago that the fellow jumped out in front of a truck up there in Cincinnati because somebody wanted to go to reversion therapy or something?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Truck?
Yep.
And so they have made basically a lot of that counseling that religious leaders do, they made that illegal in a lot of states. You can't do that. Psychologists can't talk to them, which really sounds really, really odd to me, because back in my days, that was when I took abnormal psychology, these people were included in that. And even whenever we were in the Air Force, I remember when we got down there to San Antonio, the DI said, if you're a little bit funny, we have a whole barracks over there, and you'll get out on a Section 8, and you can go over there for a week or two, and you can just, have a hell of a time, but you won't be in the Air Force any longer either. So they've even, I don't think you can even Section 8 people out now on the sexual thing. So the whole thing is just, that's why I sent you that article, and I just don't, I don't get it, because a lot of these people, I know the guy I was talking about, he had some friends and everything, or family members that were homosexual and one thing and another, but a lot of that, like I said, it's called gender dysphoria. It causes them a lot of problems in life, and it's a mental health issue. And I have a niece that I think the world of, but I think because of some environmental things that had happened to her, that she was been a lesbian as far back as I can remember. She had a couple of boyfriends in teenage years, but she got hooked up, and she's had a lifelong partner forever. And so, that they're a family member, and you like them and you support them. But I make it plainly clear that, I really think you need to kind of go to somebody and really sort your feelings out. So, but this whole wokeism thing, they can't do that anymore. They, some places it's illegal, or like the religious leader said this morning, that they kick us off the air. You got this whole AM controversy there, and they were talking about how a lot of them are on AM radio.
Mm-hmm.
And when they take the AM radio away, then it's mostly older conservatives that listen to it, and that will be the end of that. Ford's got to change their mind. I guess they figured out that people can go out and still buy an AM radio. And I didn't get over to the Cobra Bruce at the truck show, but I guess they have a CB now that you can actually get AM and FM on along with the CB. So, they're not going to stop AM radio unless they stop the transmitters. And but there's an all-out war against people that question this whole woke agenda. And that's where the rub comes in, I don't agree with what they do, but if they want to go off and do whatever they do and not force everybody else,
yes, sir,
that's fine with me.
Yep.
And real quick, Scarecrow was wondering about living trust. I don't know what state he was in or where this would be, but in short order, he can look up the laws. But usually the person, it's a revocable living trust, and the individual that has the trust, they're usually the main trustee until they die, and they have a successor trustee And in most states, the successor trustee has to make anyone that's mentioned in that trust available of everything that's into it. Like if that trust says, I want my, the money or whatever assets divided up 6 different ways, they have to notice all. They're supposed to notify all 6 different participants. But it is not a public record like a will. They don't have to open that up.
Okay.
And he can make for sure. I have a high school guy that I graduated with, a high school classmate, and he was a NASA engineer until NASA cut back. And oddly enough, he quit his engineering degree and opened up a insurance thing down there in Florida. And I guess now he's a multimillionaire, telling people how to handle their retirement. And so anyway, whenever Knucklebusters talk about retiring and stuff, if he's going to keep working, I didn't do this. I made a lot of mistakes when I retired, but anyway, he can go to his employer and his insurance that they have now. If he has insurance, they'll set it up to where he will be covered under. He and his wife will be covered under Part B. Saves him money, saves the company money. I don't know how much they'll appreciate that. So just a little bit of things, because I've been having to look up other stuff, and I really messed up when I retired and bought the house. I should have made hay the first year when my payments weren't all that high, and I could have reduced my lifetime mortgage substantially. But live and learn. But that's all I have there, Steve. But again, like I said, it's the way these wokeism people are approaching everything. It's like, you have to agree with me, or you mentioned the Southern Poverty. No, it was mentioned the Southern Poverty Law Center. Saying if you don't agree with me, you're a hate group. That's not the American way. You're supposed to have the right to disagree. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Very good. Thank you, Vic. Like I said, walking, talking encyclopedia. And what he was talking about, what he shared with me, was going back to, I think I actually wasn't I the one that asked the question that how did we get to where we are in this country? And he kind of gave his personal interpretation as to how this all got started. Like you said, technically back before I was even born. Starting point would be the election of Eisenhower in 1952. I'll share this with you after a quick time out here. Rolling into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, going back to, appreciate you taking the time to sit down and type it all out. He said it actually began earlier with the communist training camps in America, teaching how to use activism to disrupt American society. The starting point I'm using would be the election of Eisenhower, 1952. Republicans had passed several civil rights acts, while Southern Democrats, led by LBJ, opposed all of them. Until the 1964 Civil Rights Act, government programs disallowed subversive organizations any benefits under these programs. Anyone part of a Marxist organization anywhere in the world were not allowed entry to the United States. There was an organization led by Walt Disney, John Wayne, and others to promote American values in the entertainment industry. Senator Joe McCarthy of Wisconsin then started his Red Scare campaign that's actually aided the Reds in the long run because it relegated the issue to a fringe issue. Eisenhower refused to meet with Martin Luther King for reasons unknown, but MLK started an upstart civil rights organization in competition with the NAACP. MLK's organization was directed by the former Communist Party United States chief financial officer and another organizer that was a homosexual. Robert F. Kennedy, JFK campaign manager, got MLK Jr. out of Atlanta jail, where he had been charged with an incitement to riot. MLK Sr. then threw his weight behind JFK, although the Kings were Southern Baptists and the Kennedys were Roman Catholic. Catholics and Baptists were traditional foes, but MLK Sr. would justify his support by saying he, JFK, got my boy out of jail. Now that, with a sprinkling of Kennedy money, got JFK elected, whereby Brother Bobby became U.S. Attorney General. LBJ was the reluctant vice president to attract the Southern Democrats. Kennedy began to pressure MLK to jettison all communist influencers. They resigned membership in the Communist Party but stayed on with their thinking. Kennedy tried to dissuade the large 1963 rally where MLK Jr. made his I Have a Dream speech. Reportedly, MLK Jr. had told his inner circle that they would not let people know what their real goal was, or the 1964 Civil Rights Act would never get passed. JFK was assassinated November of '63 before the proposed Civil Rights Bill passed Congress. Vice President LBJ becomes president. LBJ courts the support of MLK Jr. Support by endorsing the proposed Civil Rights Bill, which included removing the Subversives Clause. Senator Barry Goldwater, 1964, opposed the bill because it includes the laws necessary to establish an affirmative action structure that had been rejected at the end of the Civil War in the first Civil Rights Bill of 1866 to establish enforcement of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Separate but equal doctrine was established that was later overturned in Brown versus the Board of Education, which affirmed integration would be the law of the land. Segregation was illegal in all aspects. While the decision was right, its use has not been as envisioned. In discussing Title V and VII of the proposed Civil Rights Act of '64, Goldwater was labeled an extremist, whereby he made a statement to the effect that extremist in defense of liberty was not a vice but a virtue. In the 64 presidential elections, there was a split in the Democrat Party, blacks going one way, whites another, to the extent that originally the dominant Democrat Party refused to seat the opposing factions. Peace was restored by unknown means. All right, it was never explained to the American public that China, at one point, had to depend on the USSR for their nuclear weapons, and the USSR was upset that China had used. The USSR provided nuclear material for peaceful purposes to create their first nuclear bomb in August of '64. But the racism narrative as cause of defeat persists to this day. Thus, when sex was added to affirmative action, the majority of people thought it was a simple male-female definition. No distinctions were added. Political affiliations were distinguished as not creeds and not afforded protection under the Civil Rights Act of '64. Anything regarding sex is now protected under various federal, state, and local laws aided by the hate crime laws. All right, it was almost done there, but we got to get a news break and we'll come back. Very interesting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has formally announced his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination for president. DeSantis tweeted out that announcement this afternoon.
If you nominate me, you can set your clock to January 20th, 2025 at high noon, because on the west side of the U.S. Capitol, I will be taking the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States.
The Twitter Spaces launch of DeSantis' bid was hit by early tech issues. The sound repeatedly dropped out during the first 25 minutes of the live stream. President Biden marked the one-year anniversary of the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas today, saying now is the time for Congress to act.
We can't end this epidemic until Congress passed some common sense gun safety laws that keep weapons of war off our streets and out of the hands of dangerous people.
Speaking from the White House, Biden said too many schools have become killing fields across America. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in Uvalde. Even though he says both sides are still far apart, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy does expect Republicans and Democrats to come to an agreement to raise the debt ceiling. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says Congress needs to raise that debt ceiling by June 1st to avoid a default. So if a deal to raise the debt ceiling isn't reached and the U.S. does default, what's really going to happen?
The economy is going to sink into recession, right? And that means lost jobs. That means higher unemployment. Yeah. All our wages will be affected.
Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi told CNN that while June 1st is the earliest we could default, June 8th is most likely the day it will happen. Target stores in 3 states are moving Pride Month items in order to try and avoid the same backlash Bud Light faced when it used a transgender influencer in a marketing campaign. Those stores in South Carolina, Arkansas, and Georgia have been told to move Pride items to the back of their stores. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Singer Tina Turner has died at the age of 83 after battling a long illness. Turner died peacefully in Switzerland, where she'd been living. She first gained fame in the 1960s with her husband Ike as part of the Ike and Tina Turner Revue. She broke through to her greatest stardom in the 1980s after the release of her Private Dancer album in 1984. House Republicans have passed a plan to cancel President Biden's student loan forgiveness program, and that's not sitting well with the White House.
The same Republican lawmakers objecting to student debt relief are refusing to cut billions of dollars in handouts to big oil. They even had their own loans forgiven.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president would veto that bill if it made it to his desk. The days of Netflix subscribers sharing their passwords are coming to an end.
The streaming company began emailing customers who have been sharing their account outside of their household Tuesday about its new password policy. Subscribers are given 2 options: transfer a profile to a new membership or share an account with someone outside of their household for about $8 a month. Netflix noted that subscribers in the same household will still be able to stream wherever they are, including at hotels and vacation homes. I'm Skip Kelly.
Microsoft is launching AI-powered technology for its Windows 11 platform. The tech giant said Windows Copilot will be able to explain content to users by summarizing or rewriting it. You'll also be able to ask questions to Copilot like ChatGPT. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then. I do believe that's the way we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So, yeah, welcome into a Thursday. Looking toward the Memorial Day weekend. Quickly, let me get back and almost got to the end of the story from Vic kind of explaining how did we get where we are in this country. And what you're talking about, all these issues with like Ron DeSantis there and the DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion, everything, the critical race theory. I kind of left off where he said, political affiliations were distinguished as not creeds and not afforded protections under the Civil Rights Act of '64. Anything regarding sex is now protected. And, of course, they've added the hate crime laws to the extent, which he was trying to explain a bit ago, that the churches are actually prevented from preaching the principles recorded in the Bible. It's treated as political speech now. The rest is now clearly visible. But Goldwater recognized this threat in 1964. And what would happen if people of certain mindset reached the halls of power in government and business? Sad part is, we've reached to that point. Lawfully, in most part, using other people's money who are actually opposed to this ideology and are suffering financial loss and, of course, loss of freedom. All right, thank you so much, Vic. And he did have a quick footnote on there. We heard from Blind Man this past morning talking about his girlfriend there and the weight issue. He said if Blind Man's girlfriend has hypothyroidism, weight loss is going to require a whole lot more than just willpower. To that, I can attest. I know exactly what you're talking about. You know, my wife was diagnosed with hypothyroidism here. It's probably been about 2 years ago now. You know, we're going back, you go through menopause. Okay, women, we get older, you start putting on weight, right? Well, she quit smoking, and then came the hypothyroidism. You always put on a few pounds, which she did after she quit smoking. But then once the hypothyroidism diagnosis, now they've got her on the medication, and supposedly the levels look good, for the thyroid, but putting on weight. I mean, seems like there's nothing she can do to lose weight. She's nearly double the person she used to be. Not going to talk about actual weights, but if you know what I mean. She went through the whole cycle of going to all, doing the portioning the meals, the meal prep, I guess they called that. And everything was the healthy and the counting the calories and all these, and nothing seems to do anything. I mean, hypothyroidism, it's all but impossible. It appears to lose weight. And I guess is it the opposite effect? If you have the hyperthyroid, I guess that tends to make you very, very thin. All right. Thank you for the heads up there, though. It is 844-844-3388. Might that be Philip checking in on the way to work?
You got it, buddy. I'm on my way to work at I-4 down here in Lee Road. So, did you see the big announcement on Twitter yesterday, buddy?
Oh, of course, yeah. I didn't stay up to watch it live. I guess they had all kind of technical difficulties there from like 6 to 6:20 or something.
Yeah. I'm going to give you a timeline right now, and I heard this on the news yesterday down here. Now, this is our local news was talking about it. So at 2:30 yesterday afternoon, the governor puts in his paperwork to say he's going to run for president. At 4:30 in the afternoon, he signed legislation to keep him in office while he is running for president.
Correct.
And think about this. At 6 o'clock, he's in a room with one of the most richest men in the world, making his announcement as being going to run for president. Now, his life is totally changed now, because he's got to convince not only the state of Florida, he's got to convince the whole United States what he can do for us and make things better. So let's see how good a job he does. And stepping up to the plate and he's got to convince everybody.
Yep.
Because right now, I'm not going to vote for him. There's a lot of Trump supporters that are not going to vote for him. There's a lot of investors that he's got to win over because he's got to make money now for his campaign. Plus, by the way, he's got to take care of the state of Florida, which that's the one that concerns me the most. Is he going to let down the state of Florida while he's running for president? So let's see how it plays out, bud. I want to see how it plays out. I really do. It's going to be interesting. And let's see how much ground he makes up. Let's see if he does it legitimately and really cares about America. What is the gentleman that announced his run for president that's from South Carolina, Steve?
Tim Scott.
Okay. Mr. Scott, and I've seen a lot of these people when they start running and everything, he did something different in his presentation that a lot of people haven't done in their presentation. I've only seen one other person do it, and that's been Trump. He said he wants to do what's right for America. Now, did you see Biden do that? Did you see Biden say stuff like that?
Obviously not.
Have you seen? Let's see if DeSantis does the same thing and makes that accusation. That's what needs to be done. And you know what's funny is I got quite a few friends down here at Disney that we all work together. We're not Democrats. There's some of us that are nothing. I know we have no party affiliation, but there is a lot of them that are saying that they're going to vote for Mr. Scott because of him saying that. Just that one sentence. He wants to make America better. So let's just see how it goes. And I think the reason that DeSantis went with Elon Musk is he's going to need a lot of money, and that's where he's going for that money. Steve, do you think he's going to have the internet vote like Joe Biden did in his last election?
Who, DeSantis?
Yeah, do you think that he's going to drum up the internet enough, like Joe Biden did, to get all the young people to vote for him? Do you think he's going to have that kind of power, so to speak?
I don't know. The only thing Biden's got going for him is the Trump hater vote. I mean, you catch how they're saying that Trump is 30-plus points ahead of DeSantis with the Republicans, but on a one-on-one matchup with Biden, Trump is actually trailing Biden, supposedly, where DeSantis, they say, in a one-on-one matchup would beat him. I don't see how that could be.
Yeah. The one that got me yesterday and this was actually on the news down here in the local news, and they were all trouting it. Okay, so Trump was at 56% on,
Yep.
for as far as a poll. DeSantis was at like 26%. Was that kind of like the same numbers you were getting?
That is it. Yeah, correct. Yep.
So he's basically less than half, or well, around half of what Trump's got right now. And they said Trump already has $14 million in the bank for his campaign. Now, DeSantis, I'm not sure how much he's got in his bank right now, but he's going to have to do he's going to have to get a lot of money built up and present it to keep it going. Because you know as well as I do, Steve, it takes money to be in the White House. And you look at Barack Obama, he got a lot of money from Oprah. He got a lot of people in that higher echelon. You look at DeSantis, he's going for Elon Musk. That's why he's going for Musk. It's because Musk has got the money to do it and the investment backers to do it. Now let's just see if he can get Wall Street to keep it going. That's the big thing. If he doesn't get Wall Street on his side more, he's going to be in big trouble. So, but we'll see how it plays out. Boy, I just hit some rain down here in Orlando. It looks pretty good, Steve. What you see on the radar?
I hear that rain hitting your windshield.
Yeah, I sure do. So, well, I'm going to get going, bud. But that's all I got today. And good luck to him. Let's see if he can do it. See if he can pull it out. If not, I don't care. I'm still voting for Trump. So I can say what they want to say. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'm kind of refreshing the radar here. And there ain't a whole lot showing up. But, yeah, I guess all it takes is one torrential downpour. And indeed, there are a few showers there just, near Orlando. Mostly to the east side, or just due east of Orlando. Shouldn't be in the rain too long there. So, hey, but yeah, where it is coming down, it's like it's dumping, right? It is 844-844-3388. We return in two.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Indeed. Yeah, we'll get back to the calls here, and I believe, would that be Larry? Who we got on board here?
Yeah, hey, Steve, I just going to retire tomorrow. I just wanted to say goodbye. It's been a good 32, 33 years. Been listening to you and your dad. Going to hang it up. Had enough of this.
Hanging up the keys. Wow. So.
Yeah. So I just been listening to you for a long time, and your father, and kept me awake a long time.
So what are you?
Whatever happened to Big Moose? What, haven't heard him or Hillbilly Tex?
Yeah, they've gone into hiatus. I don't know.
No, I thought maybe I missed something, but yeah, I just got my Toyo tires on the motorhome, and that's what we're going to do the rest of the summer,
Well,
I believe.
I was going to ask, what are your plans for retirement? Yeah, so you're going to get out there and hit the highway in the RV?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the plan. So just I've been working with Holland for the last 24 years, and all this new changing going on, I've had enough of it. Just the old Holland guys, good luck with the yellow.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, I guess timing-wise, now's as good as any because things are really screwy there right now, aren't they?
Oh, they sure are. Yeah, it's just hopefully they get it worked out for them guys, so. But I just probably won't be listening to you too much.
Well, I reckon if you're not driving truck all night, you're going to be sleeping like a regular, everyday, normal person.
That's what I'm hoping for. So I just wanted to tell you, your show's been a great one for me. So I do use your products. So we got the motorhome all lubed up with the Hot Shot Secret and the transmission saver and the Toyo tires. Get them guys back on there for advertising.
Yes. Yeah, we got to get a hold of those guys. Yep.
So,
all right, great hearing from you, Larry. Enjoy your retirement. If you're out there tooling around the country and you're up late, feel free to dial us up.
All right, Steve. Everybody have a good night out there. Be careful. Bye-bye.
32 years. He's seen a change or two out there on the highways, hadn't he? Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's see here. Eagle, take two.
Yeah. Okay, Steve. Yeah, I want to talk about a couple other things. Get back to the Florida situation. I talked to you about this a couple of years ago, and it looks like this deal is reared its ugly head again. When it comes to the travel advisory in Florida. Let me say this, Steve. I really don't care who I offend by saying what I'm about to say. I'm fed up with these people in this LG, this homosexual organization. Let me explain something to you, because I told you this before. Being gay is not the same as being black or Hispanic, Steve. I was born black. There's nothing that I can do to change that. No matter what I do, I'm going to be black. Being gay, being homosexual, you are not born gay, Steve. That is a lifestyle. That is a mentality. That is a mentality, a lifestyle that you can change. Do you agree with that or not?
I agree with you unequivocally. Now, there are those that will try to disagree with that, but that's a whole nother debate in itself.
Okay, well, I'm just tired of these people trying to hijack racial discrimination. They're trying to put racial discrimination in with homosexuality. Like I said before, you don't have to be gay. You don't have to want to engage in sex with another man. You don't have to want to engage in sex with another woman. If you're a woman, you could change that lifestyle. I'm gonna repeat myself. You can't change your skin color, Steve. You can't wake up one morning and be a black man. I can't go to bed tonight and wake up a white man. There's nothing that I can do to change that. And I wish these people would understand that. Nobody is discriminating against these people because of their lifestyle. There's no reason for you to put this, but if you don't agree with that lifestyle, there's no reason for you to put your hands on a homosexual individual. That's their lifestyle. That's their choice. I go their way. Long as, like, I'm going to tell you, like my grandfather used to tell me when it comes to those people, long as they don't try to put their hands on me, I don't have no problem with them. You go your way, I go my way. I like women. Apparently you don't like women. So that's your problem, not mine. But I'm just saying, as long as you stay away from me, believe me, I'll stay away from you. That's the way I look at that situation, Steve. Now, I just tired of those people trying to involve themselves, make themselves involved put themselves in a racial situation, because it's not about race when it comes to these two deals. Now, as far as the I'm gonna say this again about this travel advisory for Florida, Steve, because like I say, it's really an embarrassment what the NAACP, a bogus organization, and the Black Lives Matter organization, that the black woman that was in charge of the Black Lives Matter organization a couple of years ago, Steve, when George Floyd got killed, she took in millions of dollars in behalf of George Floyd's name from people all over America. And what did she do with that money, Steve? She went out and bought her an expensive mansion. She went out and bought jewelry, expensive sports cars, and the whole deal. She didn't care less about George Floyd. She used George Floyd to make her pockets fat. This is what these people do, Steve. They use the black name to put money, such as Sharpton and Farrakhan and this other Benjamin Crump and these other so-called black leaders. These people are nothing but vultures, like Al Sharpton. I told you about him a couple of years ago, Steve.
Right. Well, we got to pause there, so hold that thought.
USA News Update. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has formally announced his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination for president. DeSantis tweeted out his announcement due to glitches making his live event with Elon Musk delayed. President Biden commemorated the one-year anniversary of the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas today. Speaking from the White House, Biden said,
I realize this is a really tough day for all the families. Remembering is important, but it's also painful.
He again urged Congress to do something to stop the epidemic of gun violence. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. Another group is warning people not to travel to Florida. The Human Rights Campaign has joined Equity Florida to issue the travel warning, saying several new anti-LGBTQ state laws make it risky and unsafe to travel to the Sunshine State. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive. You're going to be storing an engine with gas in it. It could be a car, it could be a boat, it could be a generator, whatever, lawn equipment. Sta-Bil Storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combat corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And don't forget, you can get 15% off your entire order of Sta-Bil products and other Gold Eagle products by going to the website goldeagle.com. Use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. It's that simple. You save for being a listener to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, back to Eagle. Yeah, we were talking about trying to tie in the LGBT as with race. They're two separate issues. I get it.
That's two separate issues, Steve. I get so fed up with these people trying to hijack. They're trying to chime in on this deal, with the racial deal that they got going on for the LGBT community. They want to get in there. I haven't heard of no attacks on these individuals. I haven't heard of no hostile environment down in Florida for these individuals. They just trying to get their name out in the open, and they trying to make it out that the governor of Florida doesn't like these people. So that's just another way to take votes from it. But like I said, getting back to the NAACP situation, Steve, like I told you before, these people are nothing but hypocrites. They hijack the black community and take money away from them, And, there's a certain guy that listens to your radio show, people out there, they say, well, because I tell people I support Trump, they say, well, you shouldn't support him because you black. I go, well, let me tell you something. First of all, you don't tell me who I support and who I vote for. I vote for the person that benefits me and my family. And right now, the certain individuals that they want me to vote for is not going to do that, and they haven't been doing it. So I vote for who I feel is best for me and my family, and I've determined that Donald Trump being in the White House is best for my family. So there's your answer, my man, and you know exactly who I'm talking to. Now, here's how it goes, Steve. With the other situation, because you see, you know me, I'm point blank in everything I say. When it comes to the other situation with the what's this guy's name with the violence in America? Okay, you got they got the nerve to have a travel advisory for Florida. What about Chicago and Baltimore, Maryland, all these shootings that's going on there, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania? All these shootings that's going on day after day, night after night in these cities. Why don't you declare a state of emergency there, my man? But like I said before, Steve, like I said, the biggest hypocrite out there is, you got the LeBron James, you got the Colin Kaepernick, and the biggest hypocrite of all of them, and who once was the president of America, is Barack Obama. That man called Chicago, Illinois his home, and guess what, Steve? Chicago is the gun capital of America. More gun violence than Afghanistan. You got more people getting gunned down in Chicago than you got in a war zone. So when have you seen Barack Obama on television, Steve, saying that he wanted the violence to come to an end? The biggest black figure that we got in America, supposedly. Never have I seen Barack Obama walking down the streets of Chicago saying that he wants the violence to come to a stop. You know why? Like I say, he's the biggest hypocrite out there. Because he makes money off this situation. So I could care less about Barack Obama and anybody like him. Like I said before, America we're one step away from being we're almost a third world country right now, Steve. If we don't get the right man in the White House in less than a year and a half, America will completely. We're right now. I'm gonna give you an example, Steve. Right now, we're in the toilet bowl. America is in the toilet bowl right now, Steve. Only thing that's stopping us from going down the drain is somebody to walk up and pull that handle and flush us right on down the tube. And that's what's going to happen in about a year and a half if they allow Joe Biden to get back in the White House. America will officially be flushed down the tubes into the sewer, and we will officially become a third world country because, like I say, Joe Biden has already invited all his friends in from all the other countries. And so we'll see what Joe Biden has to do about that. We'll see if he takes care of all his friends. You see how the Democrats are reacting now, Steve. They say they wanted these people in America, and now when you're shipping them to these cities and towns in Chicago and New York and Baltimore and all these, and all of a sudden it's a state of emergency now that they got all their unwanted friends that's arriving in town. So like I say, Democrats, you wanted it, my man, like they said at Burger King, Steve. You have it your way. You wanted it your way, my man. Well, you got it your way. Now take care of all your new friends that just arrived in your cities and towns. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah. Speaking of which, that's interesting you bring that up because we got the what do we have here? Eric Adams there, the mayor there in New York City. He's the one that's been kind of moaning and complaining. Yesterday they say he's now seeking court approval to suspend the city's right to shelter rule. Struggling with the tens of thousands that are showing up. What is the right to shelter rule? Eagle just said, have it your way. Well, this is what they put in place in New York City. The right to shelter rule is a decades-old regulation that requires the city to provide a bed to individuals who meet specific circumstances. Adams is looking to waive the rule when the city of New York, acting through the New York City Department of Homeless Services, lacks the resources and the capacity to establish and maintain sufficient shelter sites, as well as staffing and security According to the city's law department, Jonathan Pines, who wrote the application to the deputy chief administrative judge for the New York City courts, he says this ongoing flood of asylum seekers arriving in New York City from the southern border represents a crisis of national, indeed international dimension. Yet the challenges and financial burden of this national crisis have fallen almost exclusively upon the city. You think? You're all alone there in New York? You've had, what, 65, 75,000 come? There's been 2 million come into the southern portions of the country. These unprecedented demands of the city's shelter resources confront the city defendant with challenges never contemplated, foreseeable, or indeed even remotely imagined by any signatory to what was called the Callahan judgment. Joe Biden's administration thus far has sent New York City $40 million to handle this crisis. Despite the mayor's request for more than $650 million, given that we're unable to care for an unlimited number of people and are already overextended, it is in the best interest of everyone, including those seeking to come to the United States, to be upfront that New York City cannot single-handedly provide care to everyone crossing our border. Being dishonest about this will only result in our system collapsing. We need our government partners to know the truth and do their share. Now, they say they're up to, I believe, 73,000 that have now arrived in New York City since last spring. They're housing more than 44,000 migrants in upwards of 150 emergency shelters or hotel rooms. The Office of Management and Budget Director warned the city council that the city will soon be caring for more asylum seekers on a nightly basis than we had people in our entire DHS shelter system last year. They're estimating the city is going to pay $4.3 billion due to these migrants between now and June of next year. Adam said, our city is being destroyed by the migrant crisis. Have it your way. You got it. Hey there, Pappy. What's happening out there?
What's going on, man? My muscles are sore. Swinging a big 4-inch brush staining that damn deck, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Using muscles I ain't been using in a while. Man, Eagle's on fire. Might have to give him the big cookie for last night's call and tonight's call, Steve. He's wound up. He's got every right to be. I don't know, Steve. According to the left, man, he can claim to be a white guy if he wants. Right?
Right?
And if I want, I'll identify as a black male if I want to, according to the left. Yes, sir. What's up with Target, man? They might be next on the list.
They've been dabbling in it for, like they said, over a decade, but never quite. I don't think quite as prominent as the merchandise they had on the shelves this year. It's just they keep trying to push the envelope, and now I think the line crosser is our kids, the children, the kids' books, the kids' apparel. The mannequins displaying this merchandise on kids.
We're not even talking kids. We're talking infants, Steve.
Yeah, right. Yep. Baby apparel.
Hell, man. Yes. Man, one thing I will say, I don't think it's the whole gay community, that's trying to jam this down our throat. It's the radical left, playing games. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the majority of the gay community probably leans Democrat, if I had to guess. Man, have you seen Roseanne Barr, Steve? She's on a roll, man. You see some of the stuff she's been doing? Not Rosie O'Donnell now. Let's don't confuse her with that. Roseanne
Barr, right.
Man, Steve, she is giving the woke crowd an awakening. Man, dude. She ain't holding no punches back neither, man.
Really? I haven't caught any of that. What's she doing, like a podcast there or what?
Well, no, she's just been appearing, on some shows. She was on Gunfell about a week ago, and I seen some other clips. Man, I don't know. She was on stage with some other people. Man, I'll tell you what, it was rated R language-wise, and man, she was giving it to him, man. I mean, I'm sure Hollywood is going to cut ties with her. But man, she she pulled some of them up, try to pull some up. Might have to go to Rumble to do it. Facebook might do it. You might just hear a lot of beeping, right?
Okay.
Apparently at the G7 they just had, our buddy up north there, Justin Trudeau, man, he was trying to lecture the Italians over there, and boy, their media wasn't having no part of it.
Oh yeah.
They slammed him too, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, I agree with the Eagles, Steve. I think DeSantis made a mistake doing this Twitter thing. Obviously, I guess it didn't start. I'm not on Twitter. I canceled Twitter when they kicked Trump off. So I didn't see it. I didn't even see any clips of it or anything, but heard, like you were talking, they had some issues, I guess, at the beginning, trying to get it fired up, but I think that was a mistake. But listen, man, here's the deal, man. Trump has 40% of the MAGA Republican vote wrapped up. Nobody's going to switch. Listen, if you're a Trump supporter, you're a Trump supporter. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Said this a while back, man. Make no mistake about it. He is the founder and the leader of the MAGA movement. Ain't nobody going to replace him. And if DeSantis thinks he can try to replace him, he's sadly mistaken. And if he tries to go head to head with Trump, he's going to lose. With that said, I would have, listen, I don't care if he gets in. It's probably a good thing, but it's going to keep them in the news. The news media is going to be talking about these two, man, especially if they start throwing punches, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be in the news. Who are they going to be talking about? Trump and DeSantis. He said this and he said that. The debates, be good to get them on a debate. Let them get out there and say what they need to say. Let people hear it, man. But I don't think there's any way in hell that he's going to get the nomination. Like you said, it's year and a half away. Things can happen. You never know. Things, can happen. Somebody get ill, something. I don't know, but and this trying to tell the gay community to stay away from Florida. Steve, when's the last time you've been to Key West?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Come on, man.
I mean, you could say Disney. I mean, half the employees there, for crying out loud.
Yeah. It's just a political stunt, like you said before. That's all it is. And Miami Beach, come on, man. Man, these people just stoop to nut. I mean, low as low can get, you know? And downright evil, too, what they're trying to do to these kids. You know, that's some of the things that I have seen. There was a video going around on TikTok, went around on Rumble. Somebody posted it on Facebook. There was this mommy, had like this, what they say, 8, 9, 10 months old baby, right? And the baby reached out and touched the mom's belly, and she's like, no. She's talking to it like you would a baby.
Okay.
But she's telling the baby, that's mommy's belly button. You didn't have permission to touch mommy.
Wow.
These people are whacked out, man. You know, the colleges, institutions that we know for decades, Steve, been brainwashed, been going communist. Now a lot of these are running these companies, right?
Have we not been predicting this for decades? You know, you saw. We said this is going to be our future leaders, and here they are, and now they're in those, like you say, corporate high positions.
Yes, sir. Man, I think, I don't know if I told you the story or not. There's a guy that works with us. And I told him, man, what the hell are you doing being a cop, dude? You need to go do something else. This dude's very, very intelligent. He speaks like 3 foreign languages. He speaks German fluently, almost Russian fluently. And he told me, man, this is back right about the time Trump was running. You know, he went to college. I forget where he went to college. He came out of college, and he was a wokester, man. You know, they indoctrinated him. And he said once he got out in the workplace, right, and seen how life really is, he got unwoke, or actually woke up to the real world.
Really?
Yes, sir. But some of them are just, you know, they've never had to actually work for a living like us, man. You know what I mean? Had things handed to them. Never had to swing a hammer, drive a truck. So they don't know what the real world's like. That's a fact, Steve. You take Hillary Clinton. They have no clue what it's like to be the average American Joe here in the country. No clue. They're out of touch. Trump's not out of touch. That's why he's winning the American people. And I think we need him, Steve, more. We talked about this before, too. Just think if Trump would have never won in 2016, where this country would be right now. And how it brought out how corrupt, you know, D.C. really is. I think Moose was right, man. I think Eagles got it a little wrong. He said we're flushing around in the toilet and about to be flushed. Steve, we've already been flushed down the toilet, man. Our only hope is when we get to the water treatment plant, right? They can treat it and bring it back. And there's only one man, I'm telling you. And again, I'm partial, but there's only one man that can do it. Yeah. One man, in my view, that can do it, and that's Trump. So we'll see, man. It's going to be an interesting year and a half coming. If we can survive it, man. So much stuff going on. Ukraine. Did you hear the Brits are sending missiles over to Ukraine now?
Yeah, something like a million bullets or something I saw.
Missiles, not bullets. Sending some missiles over there. And, you know, we're sending these fighter jets again, and, you know, Biden's on the air. We got assurances that they won't violate Russian airspace. Steve, Russia's already claiming some territory in Ukraine. Right?
So their claimed territory is, they're going to say, hey, that's you. What, Ukraine can't fly those jets over the Russian claimed territory?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's how simple something can get out of hand here. I don't doubt for a minute that he, you know, maybe, I don't know, wouldn't feel his oats and fly on the other side of the border, rush there, and use some planes to attack Russia. But he's made it clear he's going to, if he could. They've already had, Steve. They already dropped a drone attack in Moscow, if I'm not mistaken, where Putin was supposedly sleeping, correct? They've already sent some missiles and stuff inside Russia. I remember Eagle talking, well, war's a war, man. What's Putin expect? Which, you know.
Yeah, once you invaded the country and you're only allowed to fight us in your territory, right?
Right.
Okay. Hey, we're up to news break time.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sullivan.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has announced his 2024 presidential run.
If you nominate me, you can set your clock to January 20th, 2025 at high noon, because on the west side of the U.S. Capitol, I will be taking the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States.
The Republican made the initial announcement on Twitter Wednesday, saying he's ready to lead and criticized President Joe Biden. DeSantis trails former President Trump by a wide margin in every nationwide poll ahead of the GOP primaries, but he's been favored to be the one to beat Biden in 2024 in several swing state polls. Progress is being made in negotiations between the White House and Republicans on a bill to raise the debt ceiling. That's what Speaker Kevin McCarthy told reporters on Capitol Hill Wednesday afternoon. Democrats and the White House, meanwhile, continue crying foul.
What we've been dealing with for the past couple of weeks, a manufactured crisis.
Republicans have said they wanted to begin budget negotiations months ago. Several Republican proposals have been characterized by Democrats as unacceptable. Student loan forgiveness is one step closer to not happening.
House Republicans have passed a plan to cancel President Biden's student loan forgiveness program, and that is not sitting well with the White House.
The same Republican lawmakers objecting to student debt relief are refusing to cut billions of dollars in handouts to big oil. They even had their own loans forgiven.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president will veto that bill if it makes its way to his desk. The plan would give up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness to borrowers. I'm John Schaefer.
The music world's paying tribute to Tina Turner. A spokesperson for the music icon said she died peacefully Wednesday at the age of 83 after a long illness. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Twitter launch of Ron DeSantis' 2024 presidential bid was hit by early tech issues. The sound repeatedly dropped out during the first 25 minutes of the live stream. The tech issues were eventually corrected, and his conversation with Twitter CEO Elon Musk eventually began. The Twitter Spaces at one point had over 700,000 listeners. President Biden likely didn't pass up the opportunity to poke fun at that mishap. In a tweet Wednesday after the event, Biden captioned a post linking to a donation page for his campaign saying, "This link works." Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema criticizing President Biden for what she calls his lack of preparedness on the southern border.
We, as Congress, must take action to change the asylum system in our country to stop it from exploitation by international criminal cartels.
The Democrat-turned-independent says the administration was not prepared for the end of Title 42, and Congress must take action to change the asylum system. The site of the mall shooting in Texas earlier this month will reopen next week. Allen Premium Outlets has announced it will begin serving customers again on May 31st. The reopening will come more than 3 weeks after a gunman killed 8 people and injured 7 others there. While the mall will be open to the public, officials said each store can decide when they want to resume operations. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, what do you say? Get that final hour underway here. Well, already a Thursday. Hello to Gary. Checked in a little over an hour ago. Guess he was on his first cup of coffee this Thursday morning. Gary Bucks. It's been a while since we've heard from Gary. Let's see. Roadmaster checks in from Chillicothe, Ohio. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Okay. I guess listening to the news break, hearing some of the comments of DeSantis with his announcement yesterday, he said, boy, Rubber Duck says, boy, DeSantis sounds a tad overconfident. All right, there's Brother Rambler, who says good evening or good morning. Brother Rambler checking in from Greenville, Alabama. I don't care what they say. I will always preach what God gives me to preach. Obey God and do what He says to do. It's not this world I worry about. You know, what can happen? It's who I will stand before when my eyes close permanently. I'm this world. I'll stand before the great I am that I am. And I don't want to explain to our Lord why I crawfished on what He gave me to preach and tell His people. Anyway, I'll call in if I can, brother. Till then, take care, God's children, and know Jesus loves you. By the way, I love you as well. Thank you, Brother Rambler. There you go. Hope your week's going well. Let's see here. Matt checking in, chiming in. Trump 2024. Don't bail on Trump now, people. He needs us more than ever to fix this country. DeSantis has $50 million in the bank. Is that right? Yeah, the war chest, big donations, I guess. I don't know where the numbers actually stand. Daniel going through Spokane, Washington. 53 degrees this morning. If anybody's going by Miles City, Montana on Highway 59, keep your eyes open. They got some flash flood warnings. The Tongue River is touching the highway on Highway 59 there. Okay, rivers are rising. And industry headlines. What do we have here? Starting with a trucking school has been charged after one of their rigs was found to have multiple safety issues, including inoperative brakes. May the 23rd, Brampton, Ontario, Canada. A truck was pulled over by an officer for a safety inspection. During the inspection, officer discovered the big rig had a broken suspension system, inoperative brakes, and that the driver had failed to do a pre-trip. Blue Rock Truck Training School has since confirmed that the company has been charged. School claims the driver was taking the truck to be serviced at the time it was pulled over. Nonetheless, truck was taken out of service. Driver and the company have both been charged. 3 people dead after a car stopped in the path of a semi-truck following a collision with a deer. Same, May the 23rd. Far west Utah. going to about 3 o'clock in the morning. According to a local channel 2, the car stopped on northbound Interstate 15 after hitting the deer. Now, the car was pulled toward the right side of the roadway, but their lights were off when a semi came up the hill, colliding with the car at full speed. 3 individuals that were in the car were killed, 2 critically injured. A truck driver was not hurt. Not clear if the collision with the deer had actually disabled the car. I don't know why the driver had the headlights off. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Would that be the monkey gouger? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. Hello, who we got? All right, whoever it is listening to the radio. Well, let's try Knucklebuster, take 2. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve.
There you are. I was beginning to think my phones were screwed up. Yeah.
It's that loneliest hour. I don't know who that was on that other line over there. I couldn't even hardly hear them there.
Listening to some old, listening to some old country music, whatever it was.
Yeah, no, that's right. Anyway, I like it when Vic calls in early. He's real good and informative and all that stuff there. So, Rambler, he made a good point too. You know, in Daniel chapter 6, the Bible tells you that God builds up a government, he tears them down there. You know, if you get shot up there in New York, see, they ain't nobody up there going to help you. All they going to do is pull their camera out, film it all, and then go put it on YouTube or Facebook and say, I'm going to be world famous now. I got to capture that. Well, I found something that is better than Elvis's Harley, see? It's the earliest, most complete Hebrew Bible. Gets a winning bid of $38 million. That's a lot of money to be paying for a Bible there, but that was a good investment, right?
I would say so.
Yep. Well, I read this story today. I don't know how true it is. It's supposed to be the real story behind Take Me Home Country Road there. It debuted about 53 years ago there. Said the original line was Take Me Home Clopper Road, Clopper. Well, that did. I don't even know. That wouldn't even come off the tongue very good.
No, really, no. It wouldn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, well, John Denver got smart and changed it to West by God, Virginia, and Country Road there, right? Made a hit out of it there. The Graveyard of Historic American Trolleys. Y'all still got them trolleys in Cincinnati?
Yeah, they're still running. I don't know if anybody's riding them, but they're running.
Yeah, Memphis got the same thing. They're running, but they don't. Well, this Graveyard of Historic American Trolleys heads to the scrapper later this year. They just gonna scrap them all out there. Well, I read this article on the Drive, and this was the dumbest article I've seen all day. How to clean your car's injector. They put number 1 was pour injector cleaner in your tank. Number 2, fill it up with gas. Number 3, drive it. Well, that's a no duh. I bet Hot Shot Secret could give them some real good advice on how to clean them injectors out, right?
Wow.
Yep. All righty. Well, that's all my baloney. We're going to keep easing on out here to Oklahoma and see if we can't get it done. You and I will be quitting about the same time this morning. So we'll call in tomorrow night and get one more round of baloney in there. Right?
All right. Yeah,
Wait a minute. Baloney is in the round. It ain't square.
We'll be rolling into Friday. All right. Thank you there, Knucklebuster. You know, I mean, you know, it's comical, the step-by-step and the step instructions. Pour into tank, fill with gas, drive. I mean, who was it Jeff Foxworthy that said, some of these stupid labels, they, on the back of, what was it? Was it Preparation H, where it says, not for oral use? They had to put that on there because somewhere down the line, someone must have ingested. Bet that tasted good. Let me see here. Shorty likes to share in recent days this day in history, little tidbits. This week we've had the Bonnie and Clyde scenario, the anniversary of the bridge collapse, and what do we have here? 25th day of May. On this day, 1935, at Forbes Field in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, baseball great Babe Ruth hit his 714th home run, a record for career home runs that would stand for almost 40 years. This was one of Ruth's last games and the last home run of his career. According to History.com, Ruth went 4 for 4 on the day, hitting 3 home runs and driving in 6 runs. During that memorable baseball game, Ruth smashing numbers 712, 13, and 714. These last career home runs set a Major League Baseball record that would stand until 1974, when Hank Aaron surpassed it on his way to 755. Now, Ruth had only played in Pittsburgh one previous time when the Yankees defeated the Pirates in the 1927 World Series. By the time he returned to Pittsburgh's Forbes Field in 35, Ruth had become an aging player whose Titanic hits would become his final hurrah before retiring 8 days later. After several less impressive performances. Now, had Ruth retired in Pittsburgh, the epitaph on his playing career would have been even more heroic. Ruth boasted an impressive tally of home runs over a 22-season career, but the game on May 25th was only the second time he'd hit 3 home runs in a single game. And we're looking at 18 past the hour. We'll get to the anonymous hippopotamus coming up and room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on. The anonymous hippopotamus. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. What's happening? So I got a little information yesterday there, in the evening there. I was looking through, I saw that Facebook stuff, and apparently been kept kind of quiet towards the family. But Mike Norrell, probably not a name anybody knows, but if you say Captain Stanley, it might be a little more recognizable. So the character on the emergency television show, the Captain Stanley, there was actually like 3 or 4 different captains that were on that program, but he was the most recognizable one. He was the one that was there for probably the longest time, probably 3 or 4 years at least, maybe 5 years, and until the conclusion of the show. And he passed there, should have been around the age of 85. He was born October, well, I guess he would have been 84. He was born October 4th of 37, and I guess he'd been in assisted living, and he was actually one of the few people from that show that the Los Angeles County Fire Museum would actually pass along fan mail for. The other ones there, Randy Mantooth and Kevin Teague, and that they don't pass fan mail on to them. So I don't know what happens to it, but Mike Norrell, they did. He was in assisted living, and but the family kept it pretty quiet, and it's now come out pretty much. And
I'll be darned. So it just a few days ago, a few weeks, or what?
Yeah, it was actually 2 days before Mother's Day. It was a Friday before Mother's Day. He would have passed.
I'll be darned.
And I guess it was confirmed through Legacy, so it's pretty accurate information. But I just didn't want to start spreading anything. When I first saw it, I was like, I told my wife, I said, somebody's posted this, but you know how it is. We've had other people have said it died, and even people on this show, people have claimed to have been dead and haven't been dead. So it's trying to keep from spreading misinformation there for a little bit. But anyways, it looks like it's been pretty well confirmed at this point. So anyways, I guess he would have been 85 there in October, but it leaves a few more of them left. But anyway, so Ron DeSantis there, he's pretty positive of being number 47, is he?
The way it sounds, I mean, if you nominate me, he all but guaranteed he'd be getting sworn in.
Yeah, going to have the seat in the big house. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we should be careful how we say that there. Maybe we shouldn't say which big house like that. I don't know. It could be misconstrued or something. But anyways, no. So I don't know. Another quiet night out here on the Delmarva. Now our weather forecaster here, our local guy, they're in the long-term 7-day forecast. They're not predicting any weather for Baltimore other than a little bit of cloudy, 20, maybe 30% chance of rain over the Memorial Day weekend. And they're saying that high pressure is going to be brought down there, with the jet stream and held down. And they said there could be some showers, like you said, out on the eastern shore, out on the Delmarva. But if there's any chance for rain, you'd have to get down way into southern Maryland, down into Virginia and the Carolinas. So they're actually talking more that we're actually getting back into a drought situation because we're short on the average rainfall for the year already, and now with a whole another week of no rain, I mean it's good for the farmers that haven't been paying attention to the weather, that they can get their hay cut and dried and get it all pressed up and put away without getting washed too bad. But they for the rest of us there, I guess we're enjoying some pretty moderate temperatures and cool evenings, and be nice sitting out there around the fire pit and out there by the cement pond. And oh, wait a minute, you don't have yours ready to go yet, do you?
I do not.
But so with these cool nights, are you gonna consider going and buying one of them bubble solar cover things? try to heat your water up and keep the heat in overnight, keep the water covered?
I think we've got one in the shed out there. That trying to recall one of them. Now we had two at one point in time, and they dry rot after a few years out there in the sun. So
yeah, they only last so long. They don't. The plastic doesn't like chlorine, and the sun doesn't help the plastic get either after that. But between the two of them, they only last a couple 3 years. And you
correct.
Got to put them away. And I'll tell you the other thing they don't like being folded. So if you can roll it in any way and not crease it by folding it, that extends the life on them as well. Because once you start putting creases in it, it actually damages the plastic, and then it aids in the deterioration from the chlorine and the sun. So if there's any way you can roll it when you take it off, that makes a big difference in it. But then you end up with some roll that's what, like 20. How wide is your pool? Is you got a 20 foot, 24 foot, 27 foot? How big around is that diameter is your pool?
25.
There you go. So you'd have some roll that's 25 feet long. Where would you put that at?
Exactly.
So, but anyways, so I don't know. I guess that's kind of all we got going for you there. I don't know. There was something else I was going to mention, but yeah, we already forgot that, riding down the Eastern. Boy, I tell you, this 301 on the Eastern Shore is about the most boring piece of road. I mean, I thought some of these interstates were bad. Shoot, you ride down this road here, 55 miles an hour in the dark with nobody else around you, just sitting there, just not doing nothing, but just kind of trying to keep the truck going forward. And, like near put you to sleep. Even listening to a good radio program like the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Shoot, tell you can roll the window down, get some fresh air in here or something. I don't know. But anyways, so no, I guess that's about what we got going for you this morning. There, kind of a stiff breeze blowing though, so guess both hands on the wheel and yeah, that was one other thing. A while back there, we were talking about officers whether they should be stopping vehicles or not. I guess it was that whole deal back down there in Texas with that Werner truck there with all that noise came back out there with the lawsuit and whatever's going on. We got the deal here with these bridges. We got the Bay Bridge and the Key Bridge in Baltimore and the Big Tidings Bridge on 95. And they put up the electronic signs when the breeze starts blowing that says, they'll say,
yeah, we're getting run over.
USA News Update. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has formally announced his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination for president. DeSantis tweeted out his announcement due to glitches making his live event with Elon Musk delayed. President Biden commemorated the one-year anniversary of the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas today. Speaking from the White House, Biden said,
I realize this is a really tough day for all the families. Remembering is important, but it's also painful.
He again urged Congress to do something to stop the epidemic of gun violence. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. Another group is warning people not to travel to Florida. The Human Rights Campaign has joined Equity Florida to issue the travel warning, saying several new anti-LGBTQ state laws make it risky and unsafe to travel to the Sunshine State. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Although we did not hear the air horn, you got run over by the truck there. So the wind starts blowing. The electronic sign starts saying what?
Well, there's a third one too. I just saw this morning here. So they have wind advisory, wind warning, and wind restriction for the bridges. So anyways, they're all different categories because right now it says advisory, Bay Bridge subject to crosswind. So I guess just hang on a little bit because you might get blowed around. Then they have wind advisory, and usually with that, I think they start limiting empty trailers and stuff maybe, or I'm not sure exactly. But then they have wind restriction, and then that's when they prohibit the empty house trailers, empty semi-trailers, trucks, other types of trailers and stuff. And so anyways, it's the kind of strange, when you can go and can't go, because especially with the wind warning, that you're not sure exactly what it means. And I even had a house trailer one day that I was pulling down through on 95, and I came across the scale and was on the scale, and it was said wind warning. And so I asked the scale guys, I said, am I allowed to proceed or do I have to stay? And they said, well, that's up to you. You can go if you want, but we're not telling you can't go across. So, of course, being the good truck driver I am, you got to go and get your work done. You get halfway across the bridge and don't blow the trailer over. But anyways, that's a whole nother story in itself there. We can get into that another night. We don't want to take up the whole rest of the show with that. But the thing is that nobody wants to make the immediate decision of what you're supposed to do or how take responsibility and be the one to tell you that they have to stop traffic or not. I don't know. So, anyways, that's kind of where I was going, and even when you ask law enforcement, they won't even give you an answer. So even if that Warner driver down there had somebody to ask, I mean, would they have told them to be on the road or not been on the road or what? I don't know. It all depends, I guess, which officer he would ask. So I guess with that, we'll let you go and see if you can find another intelligent caller. Maybe wrap this thing up here this morning.
All right, Reeve around at third, and headed for home. I don't know. Would you consider yourself an intelligent caller? What's happening, pup?
Oh, not a whole gob. I hate to follow that big act right there. Hey, you'll never hear me say this again, probably, but I had to agree with Chevy Guy the other night about that Sodom and Gomorrah stuff. This stuff's getting crazy, and we're going to lose this country. But on the other hand, I wanted to give out 2 compliments. I do the double Indianapolis out of Fort Wayne, and on my way back to Fort Wayne, my wife calls me. She was up visiting her mother in Fort Wayne, and we live like 45 miles south of that. Oh, I got a flat tire. I thought, oh, geez. And our son, he's got a broken ankle and just got pins put in it, so I knew he couldn't help. So I called Central, and I asked him, I said, hey, would you be all mad if I went and helped her? They said, nope, we'd be all mad if you didn't go help her. So they let me have the rest of the evening off, and I got down there, and some good Samaritan guy, 20 minutes before I got there, changed the tire for her, and and she called me up about the time I was pulling up there. So that it's nice that there's nice people out here, stuff. But
that's good. So we can still have a little bit of faith that we haven't. That all is not lost.
She was really worried though, but I wasn't worried because she's pretty deadly with that 9mm she's got, and plus she had old Big Peaches there in the back seat, so I wasn't too worried about her. But on Indiana is 85% planted in corn, and our beans are 65%. And with the weather they're calling for, everything should be pretty decent. So
that's good. So I mean, what about? I think they were talking. What is the wheat crop that was the drought killing the winter wheat?
On the wheat, that drought is pretty much affecting like lower Kansas and out in that area.
Okay.
But listening to your weather report, they should have some rain, but the bad thing is it might have came too late on that one. But there was something else I was going to tell you. Oh, have you even started opening your pool yet?
I've simply drained the water off the top of the cover.
Oh, well, a buddy of mine, he's getting, he had a motorcycle wreck one of those nice days back in March. Some old fella pulled out in front of him, and he's having trouble getting around. And so I went over there yesterday, and I changed a couple valves for him and cleaned that screen out and everything. And he's going to have his open by Sunday. So I was just wondering about that. Other than that, ain't been too much going on. I just, there's a lot of bad news around, but there's a lot of good news too. So, I mean, it is nice that somebody stopped and helped her
Absolutely.
without and stuff. But I mean, I know most of the guys that call into this show would stop and help somebody, but this guy, he was a construction worker, and he just happened to see her there, and so he stopped and helped. So anyway, that's all I had to say, Steve. So
That's all your baloney. All right there. Pup, good to hear from you. Thank you much. I believe it was, who was that forwarded that to me? For our naval friends, like for 5-7 out there. After 6 years in the shipyard, the USS George Washington departed earlier this week from Newport News Shipbuilding for sea trials. Sea trials mark the final phase of the Washington's overhaul. The Washington's been at the Newport News Shipbuilding since 2017 for what they call its midlife refueling and complex overhaul, a process that typically takes 4 years. Now, the refueling and complex overhaul of an aircraft carrier, a multi-year project performed only once during a carrier's 50-year service life that includes refueling the ship's 2 nuclear reactors, as well as significant repairs, upgrades, and modernization. The Washington got underway just days after the Navy released a comprehensive investigation into command, climate, and sailor quality of life unique to a shipyard environment. Now, that investigation in response to the suicides of 3 Washington sailors in the span of 1 week's time. Commander of U.S. Fleet Forces said last week, throughout the investigation, it was pointedly obvious that the Navy had failed the George Washington. Since entering its maintenance period, the Washington has experienced 9 suicides among its crew, dating back to 2017. A redelivery date for the Washington expected later this year. And they said during the company's fourth quarter report, following its delivery back to the Navy, Washington will shift home ports in 2024, replacing the USS Ronald Reagan in Yokosuka, Japan. Right. I remember hearing, reporting some of those suicides among the naval members. Oh, it's Charlie Farquharson.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners.
Yeah.
This is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Backed by popular demand by adoring fans, has been requesting my presence. Thank you to all 3 of you. And the news this evening, we are now going to be carrying GMA&B Enterprises
Yes, indeed.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
For fans in Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan, there's a poll to watch almost every night of the week. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa fans will be kept almost as busy. And they do it all for a chance to hoist that trophy or that Enderley check at season's end. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We spent the last 2 weeks going through the Grand National schedule month by month. But there's NTPA-sanctioned pulling action on dozens of other dates and in dozens of other places throughout the summer. These events comprise the regional national circuit, with different pullers to see, different divisions in which to compete, and different titles to pursue. It'll take us a couple of reports to get through this schedule, so buckle up. Saturday, June 10th is the opener for both Region 2 at the Mega Pull in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, and the Spring Pull in Morley, Michigan, and Region 3 at the Showdown in Kurttown in Ellsworth, Wisconsin. Friday, June 16th, it's the first of Ohio's county fair pulls in Paulding. Then on the 17th, Wauseon, Ohio's Maumee Valley Pullers have their Summer Nationals. Thursday, June 22nd and Friday, June 23rd, it's an Eastern Ohio twofer in Caddis and Mechanicstown. Saturday, June 24th belongs to the Bob Gilliland Memorial in Fremont, Michigan. Then Rushville, Indiana comes back on Monday, June 26th for the Rush County Fair Pull, and that's a wrap for June. July, let's hit the door Michigan Summer Sizzler at the Foxfire Track on the 1st. Then we'll cruise south to Central Ohio for the Marion County Fair Pull on the 6th. Arcola's National Pull occupies Friday and Saturday, July 7th and 8th, just west of Fort Wayne, Indiana, while Lancaster, Wisconsin's Full Throttle Shootout takes over the fairgrounds on Saturday the 8th. The Cass County Fair Pull in Logansport, Indiana follows up on Sunday, July 9th. Thursday, July 13th is a busy day at both the Winneshiek County Fair in Decorah, Iowa, and the Eaton County Fair in Charlotte, Michigan. In Charlotte, the action carries over to Friday the 14th, while in the Hawkeye State, it moves south to Wright County and Eagle Grove. On Saturday, July 15th, Wilmington, Ohio, and River Falls, Wisconsin are the eyes of the storms. There's no let-up before Greensburg, Indiana's Decatur County 4-H Fair Pull on Monday the 17th. On Tuesday the 18th, Hartford, Michigan's Van Buren Youth Fair and Washington Courthouse, Ohio's Fayette County Fair host Region 2 classes. And then we slide into the Great Jones County Fair in Monticello, Iowa on Wednesday, July 19th. Saturday, July 22nd, it's the Clark County Fair in Springfield, Ohio. And then Michigan's Lenawee County Fair in Adrian on Sunday the 23rd. This before Anoka, Minnesota and Marysville, Ohio both hit on Friday, July 28th, and Houston, Minnesota and Menominee, Wisconsin close out July on the 29th. That seems like a good place to rest before the pressure of the championship chase ramps up even more in August. So let's remind you that all of this information, as well as schedule divisions and start times, may be viewed at the schedule page at ntpapull.com. Of course, we'll also post results and keep those standings up to date as the season proceeds. So, what are they pulling for? Each division within each of the NTPA's active regions competes for its own championship and, in most cases, for a qualifying berth in the 5 p.m. session at the 36th Annual Enderley Memorial Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio on Saturday, September 16th. Whether these regional regulars have dreams of advancing to the Grand National Circuit someday or are content to pull close to home, they're certain to entertain you with horsepower, smoke, noise, and speed for 4, 5, 6, or 7 nights a week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Appreciate the report, the updates. Yeah, pulling season really gets into full swing, especially as we roll into June. All right, a couple of other tidbits to throw your way as we kind of head down the home stretch here. Maybe we can dig a little more into this at our Friday morning show. We'll see what's on the slate. Yeah, just some of the headlines. No one seems to want to address what they call the elephant in the room. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people dying. May 11, 2023, report by the British Express states Britons are dying by the tens of thousands, but no one knows why. Between May and December of 2022, there were 32,441 what they call excess deaths in England and Wales, according to the data released by the Office for National Statistics. And that does not include COVID-related deaths. 2022, the number one cause of excess deaths in the UK was signs and symptoms of, quote, ill-defined conditions. In England, this nebulous cause of deaths was 36.9% above the 5-year average. And in Wales, it was 30.4% above average. Now, the UK was the first European country to approve the Pfizer COVID jab. Began mass injection campaign December of 2020. It currently has the highest COVID-19 jab rate in all of Europe. Yeah, the final highlight, the misuse of mechanical ventilation, created the appearance that COVID was exceptionally deadly, which in turn helped promote acceptance of the experimental shots that are now a leading cause of frequent sickness, chronic disability, and excess deaths. Now, those are just highlights from, again, what is a pretty in-depth story. Yeah, what is ill-defined conditions? Something they're calling sudden adult death syndrome. Yeah, remember for years and years we talked about the sudden infant death syndrome. Sudden adult death syndrome. All right. I don't know what the practicality would be. If you want a fast car and you got a couple of spare million sitting around, what could it possibly be? I'm not familiar with this car maker. The Rimac Navara is the quickest production car in the world, pretty much any way you slice it. The $2.2 million electric car set 23 acceleration and braking records in a single day on April the 30th. It was on a test track in Germany. How many horsepower, you say? The 1,914 horsepower Navara went from 0 to 60 in 1.74 seconds, beating the 1.79 second mark set last year, which was a vehicle, Pininfarina Battista, which is built on the same battery-powered platform. It also ran a quarter mile, 8.25 seconds, half mile, 12.82 seconds. The latter of which is about as quick as it would cover the distance in a free fall. The braking prowess was demonstrated with a run from 0 to 249 miles per hour and back to 0. It completed that in 29.93 seconds. Okay, I mean, all these records. Now, this vehicle, the Navara, had previously claimed the title of world's fastest electric car last year at a certified 258 miles per hour. This is a car maker based out of Croatia, Rimac. Yeah, they formed a joint venture with Bugatti in 2021 and focused on high-end hypercars. The company founder, Matt Rimac, said, growing up, I always looked at the cars that made history, moving the bar for performance in all of the kind of revolutionary technology that they brought to the road. This is what drives me from one day to the next, to develop new technology that redefines what is possible. How many, from 0 to 60, 1.74. Could your body handle that? That's pulling some G's, I'm telling you. All right, with that, we'll close it out here on a Thursday morning. Looky there, when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, we'll be rolling into a Friday, making final preparations for the Memorial Day weekend coming on. Hope you'll join us.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.